Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. I'm gonna motan wakuna kogabu.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. A yende bar. So I wonder why I look so funny. I'm somewhat in a different position. And by the way, it's going to be, my voice will be somewhat low because there are people sleeping around me. So you have to just accommodate for that. Hopefully you can hear me okay though. So that's the main thing. If you can hear me okay, why is this thing buckling on my head? Do I make some adjustments? Yendeba, good day to you, good to be in your company. Over, good day to you, good to be in your company. So it's somewhat of an impromptu session. So there's no real craft around it, but the narrative somewhat wraps around how the American bombing will. Good to see you, Meadow man. It's been a moment, man. When was the last time I saw that name? What's up, man? What's up to you? I'm now cheered up just to see you there, man. I've not seen your name for a good while, Meadow man. So like I said, it's somewhat of an impromptu session. There's not a lot of craft around it, but the narrative is going to wrap around the American bombing and the impact on the elections to come. So we'll be doing all that, but there's been a lot of movement. There's been a lot of movement in the Nigerian political space, even with the Americans going on. So we'll be discussing that as well. So all manners of everything. So good day to you, good to be in your company. Nova, good day to you, good to be in your company. Always a delight to be with you guys. So all that. The protocol remains the same. Please click on the like button just as you're coming in. Click on like. If you're not already subscribed, please subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, come in via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links just as widely as you can and super chat towards the stream. You know the dollar sign at the bottom of the screen. That's there for a super chat. So just like Hassan has done right there with the almighty, not the almighty dollar, but the now increasingly mighty naira now. So thank you for the super chat, Hassan. So a lot of people join Hassan in that space. So as I said, there's not a lot of craft because it's somewhat impromptu. I just latterly decided to come out and I just put it up. So we're just going to create the conversation as it comes. But really, I've been reflecting on the American bombing, and I've been reflecting on how it impacts on the elections to come. And by the way, as many people as can have their cameras on as they join us, please have your cameras on. We want to start having maybe we'll start to do for the future. We start to do more cameras on our sessions. I think that impacts it impacts more when people can see the face. That's why I've got my camera on as well. It impacts more when people can see the face to place it with the voice that they're hearing. So all that. So I've been reflecting on how the American bombing affects Tinubu's chances in 2027. Does he take away from his chances or does he enhance it? So we'll be discussing all that. But like I said, there's been a lot of movement in the Nigerian political landscape. So we'll be discussing a lot of those movements as well. So we'll be discussing those as well. Before we get into those movements, actually, let's speak on the impact of the American bombing on the Tinubu journey. So now, the narrative of that bombing has to be managed by the government in order then for them to come out on the positive side of it. So that of course. What's that? This is George Blue Shell. So I'm a bit distracted by the comment section. And by the way, say hello in the comment sections as you're coming in. This is George Blue Shell. One man is the true Alhaji Tinubu. Is it true Alhaji Tinubu is missing out of Nigeria? I think Tinubu has gone. I think he's gone to Europe, hasn't he? That's what we heard. And that's Samuel Adeleke right there saying hello from Long Beach. Meadowman, of course, who was a regular and probably still is. That's Hassan right here saying hello with a super chat. And I thought I saw Agbadomo Tinubu as well. So everybody keeps saying hello in the comment section as you're coming in. But as I was saying, the narrative of the American bombing is going to impact on the presidential elections to come. I think we're all agreed on that. But how does it impact is the thing. How does it affect Tinubu's chances of re-election? So now let's actually pick it up from here because the narrative is ebbing and flowing somewhat with the government wanting to seize the center stage to describe it as a collaboration between Nigeria and the United States, but the opposition also crafting a narrative that the Nigerian state was actually caught off guard. So let's actually pick it up from here. Let's pick it up from this post by Bayo Ononuga on Facebook. So this is Bayo Ononuga, the spokesperson of the government. It says Nigerian government approved the airstrike by the United States Foreign Minister Tugar. So this was a press release actually from the Foreign Minister Tugar, and he found it necessary to make that press statement because, of course, like I said, the opposition were trying to seize the center stage and craft the narrative that the Americans acted outside of the knowledge of the Nigerian government, which is not the case, by the way. We've been seeing the NSA, we've been seeing him travel to America increasingly, especially after Trump made a statement about Christian genocide in Nigeria. So we've been seeing the National Security Advisor travel to the United States quite frequently. And then we also saw an American delegation come to Nigeria on a fact-finding mission. And a lot of the narrative coming out of those interactions was a narrative of collaboration. So the Americans, we saw him, Riley, Representative Riley, when he came to Nigeria, he led that delegation. When he got back to the United States, all of the public outings that he had was to discuss then how they had gone to done this fact finding, how they were identifying what the problems are with the Nigerian insecurity situation, and how they are going to collaborate with the Nigerian state in order to try to tackle it. That was the narrative coming out of America, and that was also the narrative coming out of Nigeria. So that was the narrative in the build up to now that American bombing coming out. So as I said, the opposition did try to seize the center stage and to, of course, use it to try and attack the government. So here is now the battle of who controls the narrative. So the government comes out. Nigerian government approved the airstrike by the United States. This is the foreign minister, Yusuf Tugar. The Nigerian government said President Bola Tinubu gave the go-ahead for the United States to strike against terrorists in the country's northwestern region. Foreign Affairs Minister Yusuf Tugar said this on Friday, hours after the United States Department of War and President Donald Trump announced the North American nation had conducted strikes against terrorists. Now that the United States is cooperating, we will do it jointly and we will ensure, just as the president emphasized yesterday before he gave the go ahead, that it must be made clear that it is a joint operation and it is not targeting any religion or simply in the name of one religion or the other, the minister said on Channels TV. So that's the foreign affairs minister then trying to manage the narrative. We are a multi-religious country, so it goes on in that particular vein. So that's the foreign affairs minister right there, telling us that it's a collaborative effort between the United States and Nigeria. So that was the foreign affairs minister. So now I have a tweet from the United States as well. So let me share this with you as well. So now this is the Secretary of War, which is the equivalent of a defense minister in the United States. So you can see it right there. That's his name, and that's his Twitter handle right there. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. So Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. So that's the Secretary of War of the United States right there. And this is what he had to say. The president was clear last month. The killing of innocent Christians in Nigeria and elsewhere must end. The Department of War is always ready. So ISIS found out tonight on Christmas. More to come. But the real thing that I wanted to highlight here, this is to run contrary then to the narrative being put forward that Nigeria was caught off guard and the Americans acted outside of Nigeria's understanding. So this is what the Secretary of War said. Grateful for Nigerian government support and cooperation. So there it is right there. So the language then coming out of Nigeria and the language also coming out of the United States is a language of collaborative work rather than them acting outside of Nigeria's understanding. So that's that. So does that put it to rest? I suspect it doesn't put it to rest in any way. And by the way, please keep clicking on like and please make sure you're subscribed as well. We need I would say 10, but we actually need 12 new subscribers today. So make sure that you're subscribed. And if you're not subscribed, then please do that immediately and right now. So yes, let me actually pin that up actually. So everybody can see. So that's that narrative right there. So if anybody wants to come up, by the way, come up. It works better when it's conversational. So if you want to come up, then please come up. It works better when it's conversational. And of course, when you're coming up, please try and have your cameras on if you can. We always encourage that. So that's that. So what else is going on in the political cycle? So now. So the story commanding the center stage at the moment is the American bombing, of course. But by midweek, the story that will be commanding the center stage will be Peter Obi's defection to the ADC. So Peter Obi set to defect to the ADC, and the announcement set to come by Wednesday. So he's been doing the circles. I saw him actually on X, on one X space or the other, speaking to his adherents. So he's been doing the circles. Sorry, Hassan, if I'm there, do you want to hop on? I need people to hop on. I've got War Peace here, but I'm not quite sure how fully ready he is. So anybody else that wants to hop on. The link is in the comment section. But yes, Peter Obi set to defect to the ADC. So this is it. It says 2027 election. Peter Obi set to join ADC. Date and details emerge. Peter Gregory Obi, presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 election, is set to formally join the African Democratic Congress ADC amidst ongoing consultations ahead of the 2027 general elections. Our correspondents reported, and by the way, all of the newspapers are reporting this, so this is not even speculative, it's almost a certainty, and Peter Obi has been out in the media cycle as well, so we're expecting that announcement sometime this week. Peter Gregory Obi, presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 elections, is set to formally join the African Democratic Congress ADC amidst ongoing consultations ahead of the 2027 general elections. Our correspondents reported on Sunday, December the 28th, that a top ADC official in Abuja confirmed that Obi had finalized plans to join the coalition party and hold a declaration rally in Enugu State, the purported capital of the Southeast geopolitical zone, on Wednesday, December the 31st. So there it is. And by the way, I think it's living with all of the accoutrements of the Labour Party. So where else did I see that? I think it's living with. Yes, let me bring it to you from here. Actually, it says Obi lawmakers' obedience set to defect to ADC. So he's not actually even going all by himself. I think he's taking everything that he took to the Labour Party out of there and to the ADC. And of course, that's the expectation. If he's going to the ADC, then he has to go with his weight. Obi lawmakers' obedience set to defect to ADC on Wednesday. So I'll do this fairly quickly. Nigerian political landscape ahead of the 2027 general election is poised for a reshaping as the Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 elections, Peter Obi, is set to join the African Democratic Congress ADC 31st of December 2025 in Enugu. The development would put to rest months of speculation about where Obi would pitch his tent in the coming elections. Obi will be defecting with serving senators and other lawmakers produced on the platform of the Labour Party, as well as remnants of the People's Democratic Party PDP in the southeastern region. So it's essentially an ethnic move. So what you're seeing there, that tells you then a narrative of a convergence of the Fulani, of the Northerners and the Southeasterners. And by the way, this is a throwback to the 1960s. So because the first political alliance in Nigeria was actually between those two entities, the Southeasterners and the Northerners. They were the first political alliance before, of course, it all went awry. The coup, the counter coups, and all that. So it looks as though a revisitation of that, and that revisitation has always been a conspiracy against the Yorubas. We have to say it because that is factually true. But that's it. Well, so it's essentially a southeastern movement. That's essentially what that tells us. Nigerian political landscape ahead of the 2027 general elections is poised for a reshaping as the Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 elections, Peter Obi, is set to join the African Democratic Congress ADC on the 31st of December in Enugu. The development would put to rest months of speculation about where Obi will pitch his tent in the coming elections. Obi will be defecting with serving senators and other lawmakers produced on the platform of the Labour Party, as well as remnants of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) in the southeastern region. Correspondents gathered that Obi will be defecting alongside the senator representing Anambra Central, Victor Ume, that of Anambra North, Tony Nwoye, Abia South, Enyinaya Abaribe, PDP chieftain Ben Obi, and other members of the obedient movement in the region. It is not clear if the Abia State Governor Alex Oti is part of the movement into the ADC. So I do not see Alex Oti joining the ADC because Alex Oti is not a Peter Obi acolyte. I do not see Alex Oti as a Peter Obi acolyte. Alex Oti is not subordinate in any way. Alex Oti is a man of his own, and is of equal measure to Obi politically. So I do not see Alex Oti subordinating himself. I do see Alex Oti moving, but I don't see it to the ADC. Alex Oti has a cozy and a warm relationship with the presidency. If Alex Oti is ever going to move, he's more likely to move to the APC than anything else. And if he moves to the ADC, he will consider it a betrayal of the president. And I'm not quite sure Alex Oti has the confidence that the ADC is likely to win the elections. Alex Oti has ambitions beyond. And by the way, he also is also running for a second time also. So I do not see Alex Oti joining them. And if Alex Oti doesn't move, then the whole weight of that movement is just singularly Peter Obi, because who else offers anything? Victor Ume doesn't offer anything. Eyinaya Abaribe, he doesn't offer anything. What does Eyinaya Abaribe offer? Nothing. And any of the other names that we cannot even remember, who are these characters again? It says but it is quite pungent actually, because this is essentially a tribal move. If he's moving with all of the relevant opposition players within the southeast, then it's an ethnic move. So who is moving the game? Victor Ume, he has no political impact. Tony Nwoye, he has no political impact. Eyinaya Abaribe is somewhat of a spent force. PDP chieftain Ben Obi, I'm not quite sure what weight he carries, and members of the obedient movement in the region. It is not clear if Abia State Governor Alex Oti is part of the movement into the ADC. The governor was recently approached by the PDP to join the party and recontest his current position in 2027. So there's every probability that Alex Oti might well go to the PDP, because that would be a halfway house. So the Labour Party it offers nothing to anybody anymore. It's a completely decimated and broken up entity. So the Labour Party is of no use to anything. It's going to boil down to what it was before Peter Obi joined that party. So we have that expectation, especially if Obi moves and it takes all that he brought into that space with him. So the Labour Party is completely finished. So now, if Obi leaves, then that just leaves it as a one-party space, which will be Alex Oti. So, but Alex Oti also has ambitions beyond the Labour Party. So if Alex Oti moves, which is likely to do, it's a best move, and is the move that most sits within his heart, will be a move to the APC. Pardon me, will be a move to the APC, but that move to the APC might well be too big a leap for its political base to stomach. So the halfway house between leaving the Labour Party and going to the APC will be to join the PDP. So there's every prospect that Alex Oti will join the PDP, but there's also a probability that Alex Oti will join the APC. The governor was recently approached by the PDP to join the party and recontest his current position in 2027. A spokesperson for Obi, Val Obiayin, confirmed the defection of his boss to the ADC. So that makes it categorical then. The in fact, it's going to happen this week on Wednesday. Peter Obi will have that grand event to announce his defection to the ADC. But we'll discuss what that means in a moment. Let's finish reading this first. Pardon me. It says, A spokesperson for Obi, Val Obianyan, confirmed the defection of his boss to the ADC. Yes, it is true, he told correspondents in a text on Sunday morning. But Ume had, however, told correspondents that the event would hold in Enugu, adding that it would involve all supporters of Obi across the southeastern region. They will come from Abia, Anambra, Imo, and Ebonyi states to join those in Enugu, where this exercise will hold on the 31st of December, he added. Sources hinted that Obi, who has not hidden his intention to appear on the ballot in 2027, would contest the presidential ticket of the ADC. So that is to tell you then that Obi, because Obi will subordinate to Atiku in an election. I think we all know that. But if they're saying it's going to contest the elections, that will be the first time that Obi would primary, because he has always traditionally, historically run away from a primary. They wanted to primary him in the PDP. That was why he left the PDP to join the Labour Party. He ran no primary in the Labour Party. Actually, the Labour Party already had a candidate before Obi joined, which was Pat Utomi. But then Pat Utomi gave up that seat because, of course, Obi is a bigger name. So he did not primary as well in the Labour Party. So if he goes now to join the ADC, but he has to primary, because I don't think Atiku would yield that seat to him just as a gift. So he has to primary in the ADC. But does Obi have the budget for a primary, or does he even know the politics of a primary? That is the thing. So all that will play out, or he could just go there and so, because the ADC are actually thinking of two tractions. Is either they have a consensus candidate, which will be Atiku, or if there's a push, then they'll have to primary, which will still lead to Atiku. If they do primary, who are the contestants? It will be Peter Obi, Atiku, and Rotimi Amechi. So those were the people on the ballot. So if they do primary, the ticket likely to go to Atiku. Rotimi Amechi, for reasons of being vastly richer than Peter Obi, will come second, and Obi will come third. But then having them moved to the ADC, it then doesn't have the wiggle room anymore. Atiku will then subsequently choose him as a vice presidential candidate, and that will be the ticket. That will be the ticket. That's just exactly how it's going to pan out. I cannot see it any other way other than so yes, they will come from Abia, Anambra, Imo, and Ebonyi states to join those in Enugu, where this exercise will hold on the 31st of December, he added. Sources hinted that Obi, who had not hidden his intention to appear on the ballot in 2027, will contest the presidential ticket of the ADC. Elder statesman Chief Okorie, while speaking to correspondents, stated that the expected formal defection of Obi to the ADC was a healthy development that could reshape the thinking and permutations of the 2027 general elections. I imagine that he will be defecting alongside with most of his associates and followers. I believe that a fortified and strong ADC would add value to the opposition and assuage the general fear of a possible one-party option to Nigerians in 2027. So I had somebody say in a previous stream actually that that 2027 elections will be Tinubu versus Tinubu. So even with Peter Obi joining the ADC, and then when it comes out in the rings, when it comes out in the rings before it's hung up to dry, it will be Atiku and Peter Obi. That's just how it's going. I think everybody that knows politics knows that is how it's going to play out. Atiku created that ADC movement, so he's not handing it over to anybody. So Peter Obi will have to subordinate himself to him. But even with an Atiku Obi ticket, the 2027 elections, a lot of people are still insisting will be Tinubu versus Tinubu. I imagine that he will be defecting along with most of his associates and followers. I believe that a fortified and strong ADC would add value to the opposition and assuage the general fear of a possible one-party option to Nigerians in 2027. The APC, ADC, and possibly the PDP locking horn in 2027 Democratic encounter promises a vibrant and robust electioneering campaign that will provide Nigerians with the required options to make informed choices in electing their preferred leaders at all levels. I imagine that the APC leadership will return to the drawing table to map out the strategy to confront the emerging challenge. Nigerians are in for an interesting time, Okorie said. So the only thing that would make that election interesting would be Peter Obi joining the only thing that would make that election interesting will be Peter Obi joining the ADC. The only thing that will make the elections interesting will be an Obi Atiku ticket. There is nothing else that makes it interesting. If it's an Obi, if it's an Atiku Amechi ticket, that remains Tinubu versus Tinubu. It's just an easy defeat. If it's an Atiku, if it's an Obi and Yusuf Dati ticket Labour Party, it still makes it an easy victory for Tinubu. So the only thing that threatens that space is an Atiku Obi ticket. But what do they even carry into those tickets is really where the question is. So forget the 6 million votes that Obi got in 2027, by the way. Those are not consecrated votes. Those are not votes that carry through. Those were spirit of the moment votes. So a lot of the votes, you can divide the votes that Obi got in 2027 by half, because it's not going to carry more than half of those people into 2027, and the abundance of them will come from the southeast. The people that voted for Peter Obi in 2027, they were the NSAS remnants. Do you remember the NSAS? Do you remember that movement was still in its anger stage in the build up to the elections? So they were the NSAS remnants. They voted for Obi in their numbers. There was the religious phobia narrative that those voted for Obi in their numbers. There was the anti-Buhari sort of government space. Those vote. So a lot of those narratives are already spent in the cycle of Tinubu's governance. So most of those things don't actually carry through anymore. And then there were people who felt, there were non-Igbos who felt that it was the turn of the Igbos to govern Nigeria, and they voted for the Igbos subsequently. But then the antics of the Southeast, since that election till date, it has turned a lot of people against that space, especially the non-Igbo voters. So it's turned them against that space. So that's one. And then also, Tinubu's governance has converted a lot of people, because for all of the gaslighting, or for all of the gaslighting and all of the dog whistling and everything, people are saying these things happen organically. Did you know that there were people actually? Let me see if I can find it actually. There were people driving. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, hold on. Hold on. There's something I want to show you. Just hold on there. Um, oh, hold on. Hold on. Just hold on. All right. Like I said, there were a lot of people now that have converted to. There were a lot of people now that have converted to. I want to show you something actually, because people have started to drive on that Lagos Calabar Super Highway, and the feedback from it is pivoting the narrative somewhat. They cannot, in all conscience, continue. Let me show you this. All right. So this is the Lagos Calabar Super Highway right there. I wanted to show you a clip of people driving on it, but maybe I'll show you that. Maybe I'll show you that later. But people are already driving on the Lagos Calabar Super Highway. So the impact of Tinubu's governance is being felt in real time by people. The prices of food is coming down. The currency is stabilizing. Electricity generating electricity supply is quantumly improving. There are reports now in Lagos that it's very rare that they take the light. in places like Lagos and Abuja, especially, I'm not quite sure what about the rest of the country, but especially in places like Lagos and Abuja, there are quantum reports that it is very rare now that they take the light. So if we removed insecurity, which was actually improving until we got this spike over the last 6, 8 months or so. And the spike in insecurity, by the way, is all wrapped around politics. That's the politics of the North. The Northerners usually play politics of violence. So the insecurity that we're seeing now is entirely about elections to come. This is the Northerners playing their politics. So there's so much that is going on that has converted a lot of people. They understand the direction of travel of the government, and a lot of people endorse them. And so there's a lot of conversion actually to the Tinubu camp, especially from the obedience space. And those people that are converting, they are not the bold in the coal sort of obedience. They are more level-headed people. They are more transitional obedience. They are special purpose obedience that I was describing earlier on. So that's that. Where was I? So that's Peter Obi defecting to the ADC to then go there, of course, and subordinate himself to Atiku. So that's what the expectation is. What else do I have from you? So let me send the link actually. If anybody wants to come in, this will be the time to start coming in because like I said, it's an impromptu session. I was really just opening up the space so that people can gather and chat. That is if they want to. Nothing compels, nothing enforces. But that's the link in the comment section right there. If anybody wants to hop on, hop on. Where was I? What else did I have for you? Oh yes. So we're talking about Peter Obi defecting to the Labour Party, and we're talking about the impact that would have on the elections to come. But the impact that Obi's defection, no, we're talking about Obi defecting to the ADC, and we're talking about the impact that will have on elections to come. But the impact of Obi's defection may be somewhat toned down by the impact of Kwakwanso joining the APC. So that looks like what is about to happen now. Kano people have agreed that Kwakwanso Governor Yusuf defect to APC. This is coming from a person called Rago, Director General of the Protocol Directorate of Kano State Government House. So this is coming from State House Kano. The Director General of the Protocol Directorate of Kano State Government House, Abdullahi Rogo, has said the citizens of the state and voters have agreed that the former governor and incumbent Rabiu Kwakwanso and Governor Abba Yusuf should defect to the All Progressive Congress APC from the new Nigeria People's Party NMPP. He disclosed this in a viral video. Released by Arewa Updates on Sunday. According to him, the planned defection of the two political heavyweights to the APC follows a meeting with the Speaker of the Kano State House of Assembly. After our meeting with the Speaker of the Kano State House of Assembly and other members of the Kwankwasia, we agreed that Kwakwanso and Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf should join the APC. So if that does happen, then that negates any impact that Obi joining the ADC would have, because Kwakwanso carries more organic votes than Peter Obi. That's one. And then Kano State, it carries almost more votes. There were 1 million votes coming out of Kano State, in excess of 1 million votes in Kano State. In fact, they're close to 2 million votes in Kano State. Even if you look at the split in the last elections, they were close to 2 million votes in Kano State. So if Kwakwanso crosses over to APC and he adds his votes to that of the APC, that's nearly 2 million. That's the entirety of the voters in the Southeast right there. So we're looking forward to that movement. We'll see if that happens. So that should come off the tail of Peter Obi joining the joining the ADC. But if Peter Obi does join the ADC, they should leave the room for Peter Obi to join the ADC. Let all the attention, let him have all of the attention, and then after that moment, then we have the Kwakwanso join the APC. I can't even get words out. What's wrong? I'm fumbling at the lips now. It's just because I've lost consistency. I don't do this with any regularity anymore. Let's see. I'm not sure if War Peace is able to speak. I think it may well be on the train. I think he said, are you able to speak now, War Peace, or no? I don't think we fully have War Peace yet. So if anybody wants to come up, come up. Let me give you one more, and then we'll see if anybody turns up or not, and then we might just bag and tag it there. So now the goings on as well. Shea Makinde obviously bringing himself into play. So this is what the field would look like in 2027. So in 2027, with the ADC, you're likely to have either Peter Obi and Atiku or Peter Obi and Rotimi Amechi. If Peter Obi is not on the ballot on the APC, and if it doesn't defect, as is almost certain to on Wednesday, then you will have Peter Obi on another ticket, and that's that. So that's what that field would look like. But then the flag bearer for the PDP, most likely Sheyi Makinde. Sheyi Makinde then being deputized by Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State. So that's what the PDP ticket is looking like, because of course there is absolutely nobody left in the PDP. But then, of course, Fayose tries to throw a spanner in the wheels of that particular motion. Breaking, Fayose releases document, insists Makinde got 50 billion naira from the federal government. Former Ekiti State Governor Ayo Fayose has released what he described as the documentary evidence to support his claim that Oyo State Governor Sheyi Makinde received 50 billion naira from the federal government as a special intervention fund following the January 2024 explosion in Ibadan. Fayose made the document public on Sunday in a statement accompanied by a memo from the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation. So Fayose has been accusing Sheyi Makinde of stealing 50 billion naira from the Oyo State coffers, and this is him now doubling down on that. He's even inviting Sheyi Makinde to take him to court. That is just how certain he is. Former Ekiti State Governor Ayo Fayose has released what he described as documentary evidence to support his claim that Oyo State Governor Sheyi Makinde received 50 billion naira from the federal government as special intervention fund following the January 2024 explosion in Ibadan. Fayose made the document public on Sunday in a statement accompanied by a memo from the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation. He said the disclosure followed a challenge by Sheyi Makinde to substantiate his earlier claim that the Oyo State government received the funds. 2 days ago, I stated on national television that Oyo State, under Governor Sheyi Makinde, received 50 billion naira from the federal government as intervention for Ibadan explosion. Yesterday, the governor asked me to provide evidence, and here is the evidence he requested. Fayose stated. So for Fayose to have that would have been released to him by the government. So that is to tell you then that Tinubu is very much in play in that little contract between Sheyi Makinde and Ayo Fayose. 2 days ago, I stated on national television that Oyo State, under Governor Sheyi Makinde, received 50 billion naira from the federal government as intervention for the Ibadan explosion. Yesterday, the governor asked me to provide evidence, and here is the evidence he requested for. She said the former governor further alleged that only 4.5 billion naira was disbursed to victims of the explosion, accusing Makinde of diverting the remaining funds for personal political ambition. Only 4.5 billion naira was paid to the victims of the Ibadan explosion. The rest, alongside other intervention funds, were diverted to fund his presidential ambition. This, in part, explains the crisis in the PDP and his frequent attacks on President Tinubu and his administration, he alleged. Fayose further said he was compelled to release official documents despite his reluctance to do so in the interest of transparency and public accountability. Even though it is not in my character to go public with official documents, I had to do this so Nigerians will know who is saying the truth or who is not being sincere with the people of Oyo State, he stated. The former governor said Makinde's alleged disclosure of details from private meetings which the president made fuller public disclosure necessary. So that's the back and forth then between Sheyi Makinde and Ayo Fayose. So that's that. So let me play the Kegite music. We see who turns up. Let's play the Kegite music. We see who turns up. It's usually a slow build up, isn't it? So let's see who turns up after the Kegite.
Only water, where they see ma. You don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bọ́bí Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. Before we've got Ola joining us. Before I bring up Ola, I could even bring up Ola and War Peace. We've got Ola and War Peace with us here. So that's War Peace right there, Konnichiwa, and that's Ola right there. But before I go to the two of them, let me bring you this storyline. So I don't know in full details what is going on here, but this is a story that has seized the center stage of the Nigerian space. It's a guy called Pastor Chris Okafor, who seems to be in some sort of a romantic dalliance with I don't even know, but let me bring you what we do have. I just saw it in passing. Everybody's talking about it, so if you know anything about it, you may well want to speak about it. Pastor Chris Okafor opens up on divorce, custody battle, and allegations. Says claims only surfaced after he remarried. So apparently he's been getting some girl pregnant and forcing her to remove the pregnancies with promises of marriage, which he then reneged on. That seems to be what I understand of it. A senior pastor of Grace Nation Church, Chris Okafor, has spoken publicly about his past marriage, the custody of his children, and the allegations currently trailing him. According to the clergyman, his divorce happened when his children were young. He said one of his daughters was 2 years old at the time, whilst his son, Bobo, was 4. Okafor, I think we actually have a clip, so I don't even have to labor through having to read it. So let me see if we can get him to say it in his own words. Let's see. Let's hear it.
Bobo was 4 years and few months. The thing was that bad that the court granted me custody of those children at that tender age. And the court only gave her access. From the age of 2, Bobo is 17 plus. By March, he will be 18 now. Chidera is 15 plus now. So that was the time this divorce happened. And I called them up. And I did promise them. Apart from my encounter that I already have, the belief I have for women, I promised them that I was never going to marry until they are grown up. For 13 years, I kept that. For 13 years, I kept that. And within that 13 years, it was not easy. We made a lot of mistakes. So the certificate of the divorce is there. Let me state very quickly. From that moment she vowed, I would destroy you. I would destroy the church. She says this openly. That as long as she liveth, that I will not be able to marry again. Take note, none of these lies or allegations ever came until I married. No one ever came. No one. The vengeful ex-wife angry that I'm starting a new life, recruited children. Let it be clear today, at no time did I do anything to my daughters. At no time let God kill me, the God who created them. At no time. Children under me. If anything of such has happened with that vengeful woman, I would have been thrown to jail. It was never raised. Please, Chidera, come. Please come. Please, I'm sorry I have to call you. Please come. Please, very sorry. Please come. I'm sorry to drag you into all of this. I'm sorry. Please come.
So I don't know the details of this. Like I said, I've seen it in passing. It's not my usual diet, so I don't really follow it. So, but for him to bring the children into it, I don't approve of that. Whatever is going on, don't bring the children onto the stage and start to use them in a battle between mommy and daddy. So I don't approve of that.
Sorry. Since you know me as your father, I gave birth to you. Have I ever taught you in any way indecent?
No.
Has it ever happened in any way?
No.
If you lie, God will judge you, God will punish you. Has it ever happened?
No.
In any way?
No.
It has never happened.
No.
Never.
But what exactly was he expecting that girl? Like I said, I'm quite. It's not my space, and it's not something that I'm really invested in. But what exactly was that child meant to say? Is it to say yes? Of course, he had already prepped her to say no. Otherwise, he would not have brought her onto the stage. So he's only really bringing her onto the stage in order then for her to say no. Because if the girl is likely to say yes, then he would not have brought her on. So it's just, but him bringing that child onto the stage, that's a minus for me. That's a minus to him from me.
It is the story that can be told, and people will say this man is an occult man, is a beast. A well-coordinated attack. I'm sorry I'm speaking for the first time. This is the pain I've been through. It has not been easy. I became suicidal. I thought of committing suicide. You don't understand. Chidera here was 2 years old.
All right, so that's that. Like I said, I'm quite sketchy on the details, and it's not a space that I follow with any vigor. But you know, everybody's talking about it. So if you're following it and you want to chat about it, then please feel free to come and do so. But the one opinion, I have no opinion. I don't know the details of his divorce or whatever is going on in his life. But the one opinion that I do have is that it was wrong to bring that child onto the stage and make her say what she said. Would the child come up and say, yes, you did whatever? So of course he would have prepped her in order for her to do that. So that's what we have. Did I play the Kegite music already? I think I may well have played the Kegite music. So why don't we just kick it off? And by the way, can people please make sure that they're subscribed and click on the like button as well. So like and subscribe as we try to kick off the conversation. So who wants to start it off first? You are unmuted, Hassan. So yeah, floor is yours. Where do you want to start? So we're talking about the aftermath of the American bombing in Nigeria and how that affects Tinubu's journey towards the presidency. We're talking about Peter Obi's defection to the ADC, which they've told us now is going to happen on Wednesday in a gala event, a grand event in Enugu State. We're talking about that. We're talking about Kwakwanso telling us that they've gotten the approval from the Kano State space for the governor of Kano State and Kwakwanso to move to the APC. So how does that counterweight Peter Obi possibly align with the article? We're talking about that. And then we're talking about Fayose versus Governor Seyi Makinde. So a whole raft of all things. Good to see you, son.
Yes, one man. Well, I would want to talk about the politics, but I want to start with this young woman that was brought to the stage. It is god awful. That is just so disgusted. There was no reason why he should have brought her. That will mentally scar her. I don't know why some people do these kind of things. And look at the things that he was talking about. Is this in Nigeria? This must be in Nigeria, right? Can't happen anywhere else.
Yes, it is in Nigeria. Pastor Okafor.
No wonder.
I know nothing about it, but that's singular.
No, whatever it is the case, that's not where to handle it. For God's sake! Oh God, my God.
So
I don't know what people take of their children.
Hassan, what emerged from that?
Is the reason that made me to join. Like it does disgust me.
It shocked you. You know, the backstory seems to be that it's been alleged that he was inappropriate with his daughter, and that is part of it's part of a divorce process. And it's been alleged that he was
The court should
inappropriate with his
handle it.
daughter.
Child rights, that's
Yes,
what should be done.
but then he then brought that child out to deny it. So
Oh
not
God.
everybody will believe it, and now not everybody would even know that
And
child.
the way people
So
follow
yes,
their priests, their pastors, their imams, nobody will believe the child. Or even if the child said she did it, they will not still believe it. They will say, touch not my anointed. And in our own case, if the imam is extremist, his people have a way to get back at you. I don't know. That was god awful, man. I don't know. Things like this should be stopped.
Azan,
Yes, sir.
my take in this matter is in many situations.
are you following it, Ola? By the way, that story, everybody seems to be talking. Are you following it?
I follow it to some extent, but one thing I've learned about all these social media celebrities sometimes is that they've mastered how to use the social media for the wrong reasons, for blackmailing and for destroying people's lives. Which I don't really, which I don't really like, because in a matter like this, that thing is so common, especially among our women and
should never be brought to social media
and all the social media people. They once they get this thing like this, they want to destroy their target. Even if the targets are not guilty, they are guilty forever. And I think this is one of the reasons that I think we should strengthen our law around this kind of online blackmailing and it can, to me, if I happen to be among those people that make law, it will attract a life sentence. Because when you
you can't give women too much sentences now. We have limits.
No, that's what I'm saying. If I have my way, for those people that are coming to online to ruin people's lives,
women is there. They have representatives in the National Assembly. They will not let you.
That's what I'm saying. I say if I have my way, because this matter should have gone to the court instead of coming to social media. Because
and it's becoming so common now.
It's so
women are using
common. It's so common, but I know that this, before they were.
But the man was wrong. The man was wrong.
The question is this: how do you know? Do you know the man we want to fight?
That child on this, even if he didn't do that, it was wrong. He didn't need to prove that to anybody. You should prove it in the court of law. That's all. Let the evidence.
Azan, may we not find ourselves in such situations? See.
Amen. Yeah. I've seen people who have committed suicide and things like that. But it's very dangerous.
Look at when the thing was raining around 2018, 2019. You will see some people before, maybe they weigh like 120 kg in weight. Under 1 week, they will come to around 70, because you will see them, they fall sick, some of them, they struggle to recover from that. And I think this kind of, and unfortunately, people will be cashing crews. And it's unfortunate, even when you see a lot. Okay, look at how they finished Naira Marley now, for example. This one is totally even different again. It's not even a matter of relationship. Look at how they use social media to finish Naira Marley for offense that he didn't commit. I think all this kind of blackmailing through social media, I think we should have some kind of stringent penalty that, if you brought an allegation that eventually you went to the court and you are not able to substantiate and you destroy people's life, then whosoever brought that allegation should go and rot in jail for life. You understand? We should stop this nonsense.
We don't know if it's unsubstantiated, though, Ola.
Even if it's substantiated, let them go to the court.
Because the child being brought onto the stage to say, no, you didn't do it, that's not sufficient.
That's a crime. That's a crime on itself.
That's a crime on itself. Even that matter should not have even come to social media where we have courts. If you have grievances, go to court and stop coming to social media to come and destroy people's life. If at the end of the day, that pastor is not even guilty of all those stuff, how do you reverse the brand damage? How?
That's already damaged. The damage has been done.
That's terrible. we should discourage all this, because to me, that's why I say if I have the chance to make a law, anybody that came online, you can claim, you understand, do whatever you like, but at the end of the day, if that you are going for life sentence, life imprisonment. That's what you are getting. It's unfortunate. We are so terrible in that country. We love blackmailing so much. We love blackmailing, and it's terrible.
No, I think blackmail is, it's in the nature of women. I say this because from a biological point of view and from a psychobiological point of view, a woman does not have physical strength. So what she does is, innuendos, gossip, and manipulation. It's nature. You cannot stop that. And, the social media has amplified their ability to reach more people. So you should expect this. What I expect from the laws is to keep up with the times. At least protect men, protect people, and do it such a way that people will have their day in court, to prove their innocence. We don't need to do all these things to damage children. God damn it. God.
Is that not a westernized view, though? Because in the African setting, what you're saying, all these are children something. I suspect that the African child is a lot more robust to this sort of things than
because you Africans that see owls and say that they are witches. They see what the cats and they kill them, and they're just natural things. Just because your culture has not advanced enough to you can't just say that you don't understand this thing so much.
Okay, one man, do you know why we are not feeling this thing now? Let's assume that you run a business. Let's assume you run a business that is as big as Microsoft or Amazon. Do you know that this little thing that happened today, assuming that girl or someone around that person is the best that can represent your brand, but for this type of thing, you will now avoid.
You don't need to be guilty. An accusation is enough.
You don't need to be guilty.
Yeah.
You know things like that. You don't want to associate your brand. So indirectly, people don't really know how to quantify the damages going along this thing. It's not about shaming. This thing just silence some opportunities and take some opportunities away from you, just because someone just from one person that cannot coordinate himself somewhere now brought a case to the public opinion, and in the public opinion, the accusers are always the one that is vindicated. But whosoever they accuse, even if you are as white as snow, you are always guilty forever. If you took the case to the court and you won, people will never believe you. They will say, "Oh, you bought the judiciary."
Why would I care what people think anyway?
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I don't give them time. I don't give them the time. Really.
And there was one case that happened in 2001. The guy committed suicide. And that was when I noticed that, okay, it must have been that he was innocent, because there was no way he could have killed himself if he thought the world was just to him. Now, he was a coward, I would say that, but things like that should not be allowed to happen again now.
Okay, I don't know if people want to discuss that, because I would rather discuss politics rather than
discuss politics. That's just weaken me.
All right. Let's take it to the politics then. So a lot's happening. I was actually even going to discuss how the politics of the American bombing impacts on how the American politics rather impacts on the politics to come. So do we want to discuss that? How do you think it's going to impact on 2027?
Azan, do you want to start that?
One number. I think it depends on how Tinubu plays his game. So far, he's been too cautious. I think at some point he has to take the bull by the horns. And if America don't make because it seems to me that America is just symbolizing. Trump now, I told you guys that Trump is just doing this to give red meat to his Christian base. and the obedience are taking it hook, line, and sinker. There's no way America will jeopardize Nigeria.
Do you anticipate that we will see more bombs from America? Because, like you said,
It's expensive. Trump is a transactional person.
Sorry, Hassan. Like you said, it is symbolism. We saw similarly in Iran. Do you remember when they went and dropped a bomb on Iran?
Yeah.
And then they just left. They said the job is done. So I think it's the symbolism of it, just like you said, to feed raw meat to his base more than anything else. I don't think Trump was to be drawn into anything protracted or long lasting now. I'll be surprised if we see any other American. Yeah.
The evidence for that is in the NSS, the National Security Report. If you've read that document, you'll see it's by order of priority of what he's done wrong. He's done wrong. The man is a psychopath, so the done wrong doctrine. And in that doctrine, it goes country and continent after continent, country after country, interest after interest. So Africa was last, like the last in his strategy, national strategy, national security strategy. So you can imagine, even in the Middle East, that he's not, that has higher priority. He's not willing to commit. Talk less of Nigeria. The American arms are expensive. There has to be some serious concession of some sort for America to deploy, or something like that. And they already are, controlling a lot of the drilling of our oil and gas. So what is there for the taking? I think maybe rare earth minerals, or taking the dropping that bombs around Sokoto to me have something to do with the control of those mines, probably. I don't know, or the Sultan. I don't know. It just depends on how Tinubu plays his game, and it's a game of perception. Politics is about perception. Don't give your opponent.
How is the American bomb going to be perceived in the conservative?
Politicians would like to milk it,
because hold on, Hassan. Tinubu'S actually came out earlier on, maybe today or yesterday. He came out to speak to that space, and he says, let's not leverage it for ethno-religious jingle. Let's wrap around insecurity, and I agree that it's the right move. But then Sheikh Gumi came out to do his usual jingoism and dog whistling. But the conservative,
I'm beginning to suspect Gumi.
Hold on. The conservative North, are they seeing it as an attack against them or an attack against insecurity? Because how they see it is going to impact on elections to come.
Let me tell you how they see it. This saying that the enemy of my enemy is a friend.
Yes, but hold on, Hassan. Who is the enemy and who is the friend? Hold on. Let me craft it. Does the North see in the insurgency as enemies or an advancement of their ethno something? Do they see it? And I'm pretty certain that the North, they don't see the Americans as friends.
What are you certain on? You are certain that the North sees the insurgency as friends? Is that what you're telling me?
I feel that there's somewhat sympathy towards it.
That's the problem with Southerners, and especially Southern Nigerians in general. You already have things in your mind about the North that you cannot just.
Do you know why? Have you ever asked why? Have you asked why?
I know why. That's why. But you can tell me. You can tell me why you think.
The reason. There are several reasons. One of the key reasons is that the senior spaces in the North, they don't come out to criticize this insurgency with the vigor that the rest of the country criticizes it. One. And then these insurgents, they're in their numbers, they're in the North, and we don't see any concerted efforts to flush them out or to rage against them. You know, these people move in convoys.
You know,
They move in
one man.
numbers. They move through the landscape. Look at those children that were taken from those schools. Look at the logistics of it. They would have passed through a whole swathe of communities, and nobody tried to stop them. Nobody raised an alarm. So
Have
silence
anybody
is
ever
complicity.
pointed an AK-47 at you?
What's that?
Has anybody ever pointed an AK, cocked it, and pointed it at your head?
Well, I've never in that sort of. I don't live in that world now. I don't live in that world.
Poor farmers to stop them on the road. Put yourself in their position. Would you stop? Would you try to stop them? Try to stop them and see what will happen to you now.
No, but you can give intelligence to.
You see, you don't give others. You don't give others the benefit of the doubt that you give yourself.
Okay. Let me have a take there, Azan, if you don't mind.
Okay.
You see one thing. This thing is a matter of narrative. So, and I think the narratives is changing now. Now, just imagine a situation where Amagumi is the only person that is representing the North today, especially when we have the normal traditional broadcast media and those stuff. But you know, the game is changing now because a lot of activists are even coming from those northern
Gumi is taken as a goon. You know, a goon is taken as a goon. Gumi he's taken as a goon in the North. A goon,
even some Islamic.
He has strong followership. Or don't try and
diminish it. It's not even about his followership. One man, I'm suspecting Gumi is a 3-letter agent of some sort. That's why he's untouchable. Do you think the government don't know? If it were someone else that didn't have any kind of backup, I swear they wouldn't carry him. He's serving a purpose.
I
thought of the same thing today, to be honest. Today
apologies. Hold on, Hassan. The reason why the government is not touching him is his sphere of influence.
But when he influence, which influence does he have?
He influences the
No. It's not as influential as people think.
He's one of the arrowheads of Wahhabism in the North.
No, he is not.
Okay, well, if you say so.
No,
see,
as I think that is true. That might
no,
be true.
His father was. He is not. His father was. He is not. He is not his father. People need to separate these things. And
no, Azan, wait. You know, even IBB is even publicly against his father, and implicitly his son. If you pick Amagumi today, you'll be surprised that a person like IBB may be so happy because IBB has never hidden his dislike for Amagumi. Now you start asking a question: what's so difficult about picking Gumi? Even if they could pick Malami, that still have. I think Malami got married to Buhari's daughter. Right?
See, even in the Wahhabi, thing between them, he is a rival of majority of the Wahhabis, and they want him taken out, but they can't do anything to him. They are looking at him. They don't like him, but they can't do it. And he talks. Nobody can say anything. Something is going on.
No, coming back to the politics, though, because the way I see it is this, you understand? You see, obedience, they try to control the narrative, and there's this guy that talk that keep posting some kind of a gory picture of what is happening in Mali and all those stuff. When they were not seeing the picture of what happened in Nigeria, you understand, they started saying, where are the picture? They were trying to control the narratives. But suddenly, some of us remember that Nigerian military, they don't normally really show all those gory pictures like that. You understand? When you treat the culture. So for those people that are posting from Mali, they have their own intention. But the journalists that went there, they were able to, you understand, ascertain and some local that they were casualty. But most importantly, what that thing did was that they look at the armory and some other logistic, the logistic positioning, and that's what they destroyed mostly. Yes, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 of those system missile or 12 missile, whatever they fire, failed, but other actually achieved their targets. Then, most importantly, where we need to pay attention is this, even though I don't like it, is that 7,000 forest guards they are releasing. And if you see where they are sending all those forest guards, when you destabilize those people, you now send forest guard to go and take that position to make sure they never, because I would want to believe that the thing is that they want to make sure they never regroup.
Where are they deploying the forest guards to? Where are they deploying them
Kebbi, Sokoto, Kwara, mostly I think Borno, mostly the
Borno.
Yes, I think Borno.
Is there space for any? Okay, but they have to be Borno citizens, though. I don't think anybody will agree to come to Borno if it's not from here.
No. Well, I know. I try to dig further because me, I have some kind of resentment. I don't like the fact that the federal is controlling, because just imagine you see someone like Buhari people tomorrow, they will just hijack everything. So I don't like that idea. And part of my research is this: even before now, even the state governor should have even recruited forest guard, because that thing is under the jurisdiction. And these governors, they are getting away with rubbish for a very long time. These criminals governors, they ought to have recruited forest guard as far back as 1999 to have those forests secured. This problem of people infiltrating that are forests, the governors, if there's anybody to even be blamed, they are mostly governors, because this thing is not under the scope of federal government.
The only thing that makes me angry with governors is that security votes that they take. That money is not accounted. There's no audit.
That's what I'm saying. Forest guard is under their jurisdiction. You understand? So now, I think what Tinubu is just doing is just to recruit those forest guard and just, okay, since you don't want to spend, I will recruit on your behalf. But the problem I have now is this: you are now putting this thing under the NSA, and this thing may just change our constitutional convention, which I don't like. You understand?
There's no federal character in the way they are,
Now, no, my understanding is this: they are recruiting from the local governments, from where you are going to guide to your state. So they are not recruiting someone from Kano and Sento Kitty. So people from Kwara are recruited from Kwara. People from KB are recruited from KB. So you stay. So the only thing is that the coordination is coming from the NSA. You understand?
Which is very far away from what is happening on the ground.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't be.
And I think the
local
target and I think the target will be 130 across a certain period, 130,000. So what we are saying is this: the area that just the Americans just strike, I think they are deploying all those there. They finish the training, so they be deployed. So those guys, they are supposed to clear those places up. And it is unfortunate when you understand how Lakurawa got to some local government in Sokoto State. They were supposed to come and help them face bandits that were fighting against them.
And then they over.
Oh my goodness. They built village. They sank borehole. They built civilization around where they were supposed to be. And they took their crime to a level that, okay, before you harvest your crop, they will allow you to plant your crop. So during the harvest, they will go and say, okay, pay tax. After you pay tax, you think you are free? No, you stole your crop. They know the time you stole your crop, they will now come back and now kidnap the head of that family. Knowing that they've taken tax away from you. They know that you sold your crop. They will now go back and kidnap you because they have information that you stole your crop.
All right, let's navigate back to where the topic was. How do you feel they will impact on Tinubu? That's the thing. His re-election.
I think positively. I think positively because that's what I'm saying. Because if you send all those guys to that place and you don't allow those people to regroup and banditry reduced, it's going to be a weapon of campaign. Because if you can say, okay, when we're coming to power, we used to have like 1,000 banditry related kidnapping daily, but today it has reduced to 50 or it has reduced to 30. I think it is going to be a good thing to campaign, because I listen to all this obedient that think everything is all about politics today. I just laugh, and as Obi was ranting, it's not that.
Did you listen to him on Spaces? It was on the Space earlier on today.
Very boring, very boring presentation. Honestly, I even fell asleep along the line. You understand? Very boring because, you see something that you see the insecurity of that country, and you see the way people are playing politics, and Obi cannot really give something tactical. Other than when we get there, we know we know the country very well. We are going to eliminate all those stuff. You
know,
are
this
not
is what
telling
frustrates me about Peter Obi. He makes all this generic, and in the last cycle of election, and people will bring Pansat into the conversation. In the last cycle of elections, this was exactly the same thing that he did. It was very low on specifics. He gave no details on anything. He just made generic noise to everything. And still now, he doesn't have a coherent plan for anything. Just
So one man, let me just tell you the general sentiment.
What's that?
Let me just tell you the general sentiment here. Okay, so it's like
Are
the
we
enemy
supposed
of
to
my
talk by
enemy.
turn here? Why don't you
Yes,
Yeah, no, let us make that
I'll
point.
get out right now. No worry. So the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Okay, so what is being said is God can use your enemy to another enemy to deal with another enemy. You know how religious people will naturally think. That is the thought. To be optimistic first. What I like with the North is every situation we see, we try to be optimistic, sometimes to our own detriment, but at least we are optimistic people. So that this is the thought process that if what it will take to defeat these idiots is Trump, then let him go at it. But if Trump is coming with an agenda of some sort, then we will reject it. But as it is now, of course, it's just symbolism because I've already reached that conclusion that it's just symbolism, and he may do one or two more or none ever at all, and that goes away. But Tinubu has to do his homework and do his job to ensure that insecurity is nipped in the bud. I think if he can do that, he doesn't have a problem with 22. He already has the main power brokers in the north, and the understanding in the north is already that it is Tinubu that is going, because the calculation every northern that wants to be president now is thinking ahead of 2031. So Obi is like a problem.
Those northerners wanted to be president. Does that weigh against Atiko's ambitions?
Of course, they are younger. He's older. You know, it's life. Sometimes your time is just up. You may have the money, and like the appeal is no longer there like that. So
and even the budget is not there. He doesn't even have the money anymore.
He may have the money, but I don't think it is only money that matters in Nigeria's politics. So I want to.
All right. Let's bring Pansat into the conversation here. Swam from the big seas to the pond, according to him. But Pansat, to the conversation, your thoughts?
Yeah, Merry Christmas to everybody on the panel.
Merry Christmas to you.
Whatever you celebrate, Hassan. Maybe whatever it is.
Happy Hanukkah to Hassan. Happy Hanukkah.
Hanukkah. Okay. I thought that was
I celebrate everything with everyone.
The last statement that Hassan made is proper. Money is not everything in politics. As Tinubu just found out, he dispatched a bunch of people to United States about a couple of weeks ago to prevent United States from coming in. So neither propaganda nor money was able to help in that situation. The United States did the investigation via a U.S. congressman, and then they came in and they've started the action down there. When Hassan, I see you on a lot of platforms discussing stuff, it will be helpful for an educated person like you to actually go all the way. I see you made a lot of improvements, but you have to go all the way. Propaganda, peer pressure, it's not going to work, right? When you use words like our, who is our? Are you talking about us in the Southeast, those in the Southwest, and yourselves in the North, right? Is that our? Because our mores have to be the same
for there to be an hour. Our etiquette, our mannerism, our attitude, demeanor, proprieties, rules, practices, forms, politeness, things like that. They have to be the same. We have to have respect for women. We have to respect human rights. For us to be a polity where there's an hour. If it's not, then that's you on the other side, no matter what. So we cannot have a situation where people go drive their cattle, go to villages and massacre them, disrespect our constitution, have an agenda. So look, if I was a northerner, I'd be really, really good because it's easy to condemn those things, right? So when you're speaking, don't follow people like Ola, who he was asked a question by one man that says, "Hey, look, how does this relate to Tinubu? All these activities, how politically, how does it affect Tinubu?" And he started talking about Peter Obi. What does Peter Obi have to do with this? So in your case, Hassan, I will urge you, because I see you're redeemable. The paradox of political Islam, the failed aspirations, and then, of course, the shadow of terrorism. That's your problem. You have to go all the way. You want to be violent, then be violent all the way. You can't be in the middle. The only success that we can point at right now from the Islamic world is the success of Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, that's synonym HTS, toppling the Assad regime in Syria a few months ago. Everything else is the old Arab order. And then because of what the old Arab order is doing, you have all these terrorists emanating, coming out, shooting off here and there as an alternative. That's not going to work. You're going to have to go all the way. That's one thing, because we don't have a lot of people from your area. And what I mean area, north is not geographical. It's not a physical, terrestrial stuff, right? It's not a small town or provincial. North, it's that ideology that what I'm talking about. Islamic ideology is not going to cut it. We're going to have to rescue our country. You should start a little movement. You're in Nigeria. You like coming around us here on other platforms as one of us. I'm not picking on you particularly. You know what I mean. What I'm saying is that you should start a movement that will condemn, apologize and condemn those who have this mentality of conquering Nigeria, something that's impossible to do. You do understand, by the way, that without Britain supporting that ideology and causing trouble in our country, we Christians,
Britain is supporting Wahhabism.
Who is the Britain? Yes, right from inception of the country, they made it so that it's not only in our country, everywhere.
Britain actually gave the country to the southeast. If we really want to delve into that, Britain actually gave this, but then they anyway. That's a whole.
Yeah, when we got our independence, and actually before that, they were working with the North. This Fulani, yes, especially the Fulani Caliphate. Now, people have written a lot of books on those. Those who have the gift to write the history is right there. They're working with that caliphate, and that fools the Sokoto Caliphate to believe that Nigeria is actually their property. They made a deal with them. They actually signed a contract, so they're not denying it. So it's not only in our country. They do it in India. That's why you have India-Pakistan problem. They did everywhere they colonized. They tried to use the minority to neo-colonize the majority so they could then tell them what to do, manipulate them. But what I was trying to point out to Hassan is that Southeasterners, without Britain, can defeat and conquer your people over there very, very easily in days. So once that you know that, you have to then understand that you don't have any movement in that area. So what I would do, somebody like you, is to start a movement in your place. There's no need to come here arguing or trying to teach us anything, right? Nothing to teach us here. We ought to support you to go and talk to your people, those terrorists up there, and tell them, hey, look, You're not a part of it, and you're not gonna let it
Do,
happen.
do you know
So
that Hassan is a cleric?
yeah, look, it's not. He has not laid a foundation, right? I've watched him not only here. I want you to know that I watched him, and the other day he challenged that we should be given 5 minutes or 15 minutes a piece to debate. I welcome that. There's nothing wrong with a debate. It's not an argument, right? It's a debate. He could be my son, as you know. I'm an older guy. Let me go on camera to say it so you know. Could be a son of mine. I have sons older than he is. So, but I don't mind debating him because we don't get to see a lot of people like him who come to work.
Yeah, but what would be the premise of the debate? You just badger him now.
No, it's not a badger. That's why you're misunderstanding me. What I said to him is this: he has talent. He's educated. He's friendly. He wants to be one of us, right? He's already using our and things like that, pronouns. But he's not one of us. Because
Yeah, it's the collectivity of being Nigerian now. He's a Nigerian, therefore he's one of us.
Yeah, but Nigeria is in Kuwait. Nigeria hasn't formed yet. We tried, and it was derailed at the nascent stages. So it's aspirational, which is still okay. I'll count that. But if we are going to have an umbrella where we say, okay, look, Africans, like what you're saying now, we are Africans, right? And that we are, but they have to really then embrace that. They don't even embrace that. They're so slippery. When we consider them to be Africans, some of them say they're Arabs.
You see, as Pansat,
yeah.
You know, I partly align with your sentiment, but never really with your language, because I don't know quite. You know, you could deliver it without being provocative, but I partly align with your sentiments, but not with the language I use to express it. I too, I feel that there's somewhat of I don't want to say a sense of superiority or misplaced whatever it is that you get somewhat from the north. You know, they get quite finicky anytime they're being ruled by a southerner, especially within Nigerian space. So there's that. They have this sense of entitlement, and then there is this underbelly of an agenda to just overrun the country and subdue it and bring it under one umbrella, which is never likely to happen. So I agree with that. I agree that a lot of the narrative or not even the narrative, a lot of the sentimentality in the North is sympathetic to that narrative. Even the more moderate sounding ones, they're still aligned somewhat towards that narrative, but not the totality of them. I wouldn't say somebody like Hassan aligns to that narrative, but Hassan is one of a very minuscule small minority within that space. You know, so I do agree that they have this broad agenda, but not your choice on language, which is always
okay.
punchy.
I accept that. The all the rising of political Islam, it's not my doing. It's not my making, right? If they're gonna have a political Islam, then it has to be cleaner than what it is. It's not about language. That's the least of it. I will look at it. I'll go back and listen and see what language you would have preferred. If you want to tell the truth, obviously you cannot sacrifice the truth. I believe that once I pinpoint somebody as redeemable, it is my practice to use language that will redeem. You understand? So the political Islam. Now remember, nobody here has time to talk about tenets of a religion. We're not talking about the tenets of Islam. Now, it's a long run with that, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the political. We have to reject normalization of what they are doing right now politically in our country. Now, we've talked about historical. What about presently? It's unacceptable to go into villages. Forget about Southeast for right now. Their neighbors in Benue Plateau, these are, in other words, the protagonists of the war that we had between the genocide, the first genocide between northern Nigeria and southeasterners. They killed a lot of our people. Now, the people who helped them do that were these Christians in their place, the Middle Belt. And then Gowon, being the protagonist of the war, they're going over there massacring these people, scores a day. How do you defend that? What kind of language would you use in that case to admonish anybody who doesn't come out here first, like Hassan? Say, look, I apologize for what my people are doing. I reject it, and I'm going to condemn it. Those are just the three things I require. I had a formula made for it, which is N+1. N being the number of times you apologize, that somebody asks you to apologize. Then +1 is one you did on your own. You have to do that on your own. But I'll leave it at that. I'm here just to say to Hassan that I accept his challenge for the debate. If they won't put it together at Dr. Damages, then one man can try to arrange something like that. 15 minutes, not an argument, just a debate, because if we could redeem him completely, it will be a good thing. Let me finally conclude by saying that one man, obviously, the question you're asking, we can ignore the big elephant in the room. Mr. Tinubu has jetted off tonight to Europe, the way they put it, they're going to Europe and then go to some kind of conference in the Middle East, right? This is a man that his country is being surveilled and bombed. And he hasn't made a statement to the country. And he's taking a vacation. Completely aloof. Completely aloof. I don't know what else he would do for you to...
Sorry, what sort of statement were you expecting him to make?
Well, whatever the facts are. For example, hey, look, we had terrorism in our country. We have inability to do it. We had to work together with the United States to come in and clean out some of this stuff. We're providing logistics. We want to make sure that no civilians...
Yeah, but the Minister of Foreign Affairs already made that statement.
Yes, but that's not the role of a minister. There's a lot of people who are worried in the country.
Worried about what?
About the rumors, the sounds they hear, right? They're worried about invasion of a foreign country. Nobody knows the facts unless the president. There's a role the president.
I've not heard that concern expressed.
No, you won't hear it. You perceive it as a Nigerian. When we Nigerians know what our fellow Nigerians feel, right? You don't have to hear it. You feel it, right? When you have Tomahawk missiles.
Okay, let me try this, Passat, real quickly.
Yeah.
One minute. Tinubu should have given the speech. Well, obviously,
you think he should have?
Not before the bombing. Obviously, yeah, he should have given the speech right after the bombing. Absolutely, a national televised speech. You can't throw a bomb at the country and you think the foreign minister should be the one conveying that message to the nation. No, not at all.
But to all intents and purposes, it's a standardized military operation now. How many military operations have Tinubu come out to make a public speech on? To all intents and purposes, it's just a standardized military operation.
No, it's not. This is not going to end for a while.
It is not. It's another foreign country throwing a bomb in your country. And the messages were conflicting anyways, because the Secretary of State and Trump, they still maintain that religious line to the reason why they did the bombing, right? Not so Yusuf Tugar in his speech that he gave on the national television about the bombing. But apart from that, anyways, why Christmas Day? Why did they choose Christmas Day for bombing? I thought, what was the symbolic nature of that? I thought there's something more behind it. And to the question about
it's for the effect now. It's for the razzmatazz. That's Trump's way now. You know, the bombing actually was meant to happen earlier, but he insisted that it should be delayed for that particular day, just for the impact, for the headlines.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things that can be read into that. Personally, I shy away from that Christmas Day bomb. It could have been after or before Christmas Day. There's no reason. I mean, I can make a whole slew of reasons why it was done on the Christmas Day. It's a form of intimidation against, let's not go there. but there's a reason for it. It doesn't have to be Christmas Day. It was not necessary to be on Christmas Day. It makes
Yeah,
no
but
difference the day before, day after.
the narrative that Trump is presenting is a religious one. So
You're right, exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, to that point.
Yeah. So
You're
that
right.
Christmas Day then resonates with his base, doesn't it?
Well, but yeah, to that base you keep talking about, woman. This bombing of Nigeria is not in line with Trump's base. To us, it's the MAGA base is really non-interventionist.
No, I'm talking
Largely.
about the rednecks. That's what
No. Come on, the red they don't know what the
The
heck is.
Bible Belt.
Nobody
The
knows
Bible
where
Belt.
Nigeria. Listen, is MAGA
No,
like
they
me
don't
and
care
others.
about Nigeria, but they care about the Christian narrative.
But nobody knows this Christian thing. It's really not a big news here in Trump's base. All they hear about is Trump trying to bomb a country, Nigeria, and we don't like it. Trust me, woman. That's where it stops. We don't want Trump going around. Even Charlie Kirk and others, they resisted Trump in bombing Iran. Big time. Charlie Kirk went to the White House or called Trump, say, "Hey, don't bomb Iran. There's no need for that. We don't care for this bombing. It does not serve the damn base. It's actually against everything Trump campaigned about, quite frankly. So it's not selling to the Trump base at all. We don't care for Trump bombing any damn country. Not for that. Not at all. On the issue of security, the Northerners is not enshrined in their religion to feel superior against other people, regardless of their religion. Isn't that where it comes from?
Yes, they have this thing, they call them Kafiris, which is an unbeliever, which makes you a lesser being. All right. I'm not quite sure if Zita wants to come into the conversation, but there are two different things going on, isn't there? So there's the Trump playing to his base, which is a Christian evangelism, and the idea of defending the faith globally. So that's the seminal thing for dropping the bomb on Christmas Day. And the Nigerian space, they can sell it as a fight against insurgency, which is the spin that Yusuf Tuga has been putting on it. But I don't think necessarily that that the president himself, as an individual, needed to make a national broadcast. No, because to all intents and purposes, it's still part of the ongoing fight against insurgency. So nothing outside of that fight is taking place other than other elements have joined the Nigerian team in that fight against insurgency. So that's just it now. So why would Tinubu feel the need to make a national broadcast? All right, am I still here? Is anyone still here?
Again, that no one man,
She's seen
could you
the
compare
she's seen
any
the
other?
kitchen again.
1 second. Could you
I said she's
compare
still
any
in the kitchen.
other? Go ahead, Ola. Go ahead.
No, that's the comment I wanted to make. Go ahead with your comment.
Yeah, I still disagree to that point. I think
I was concluding
Trump should have
by making a call.
Tinubu should have made a national address to the nation.
What's his name? Would you let me finish my sentence here? You interrupted me for a very long time. Let me land, all right? So I was making a call for immediate separation of religion and politics by Northerners. That's it's not a fantasy. That they have to do that, right? I didn't realize that Hassan has.
Did you call me woman?
Okay.
Yes,
I'll go ahead and yield
let Pansat lounge and I'll bring you in. People were suggesting that Tinubu should have made a national broadcast, but let Pansat lounge.
Okay, let me go ahead and yield back so that I could get in. I would be in the comment section, but I'll come back on after a few people have spoken. Thank you very much.
All right,
Merry Christmas, AI. Bye-bye.
Look at that. Is that the reform that is it not usually abused? But Zita, people suggesting that Tinubu should have made a national broadcast. I'm not on board with that.
For what exactly?
In the aftermath of the American bombing, because
no, he shouldn't.
He shouldn't.
No.
That's exactly what I said.
Why would he? There is a comment from the president. It's not everybody that tweets like Trump now. There is a statement from the president concerning it. So that's okay. They said what happened and why it happened. and their own part in that, how they collaborated with them, period. That's enough. One man, you see, anything security, if not for the kind of president America they have now, a man who cannot remove his hand on the keyboard. Things about security is not something you flaunt like that. You don't make so much noise about it. More especially if it's security concern that is of this level in Nigeria. It's not something you run around the internet, keep discussing, typing, and telling what happened. That's not a security. It's not a security. I would say profile or structure. You don't do things like that because I know most people. We are not following the American presidency, more especially most people in the world until Obama came, he made the presidency like a global thing. It became, the campaign. But I noticed that most people did not actually follow what he did. That guy thought he could depreciate or depreciate the armory of the United States. I've never seen a president who used over 100,000 bombs in 8 years. Hammering it on anything and anywhere and anything. To the extent of killing his own citizens. But people don't discuss that. Why? Because his hand was not on keyboard. That's just it. And that is the best way to handle security. When he killed the 2 Americans, born Americans, he didn't say a word. Even when one of his aides were laid on the way like the reporters, they said based on the information in our hands. Period. You don't do security that way. I don't know what Nigerians want to hear, but I wish them luck. Honestly, sincerely speaking, I wish Nigeria luck. I'm even hearing that some people are saying, hello, woman.
Go ahead, madam.
I'm here. We're
I'm
listening.
even hearing that some politicians and some political content creators and some opposition are saying that Tinubu allowing the United States to come to Nigeria and throw bomb. That is incompetence. Actually, one man, I will advise them to shut up. Because what is happening in Nigeria now, if anybody who is a Nigerian try to twist it, the person should be ready to face another twisting. Because are you saying that United States came out and said, usually that's what they usually say when they want to be fair. They will say they worked with your government. And your government said they worked with them. So are you now saying that working with United States on anything and anything in the totality is incompetence? Come on now. We shouldn't be saying things like that. Honestly, sincerely speaking, I don't know the brain that was saying it's incompetent. So you're saying that for your government to work with the United States is incompetence. Wow. They should just shut up. Woman, actually, in that insecurity and what United States, it's not actually, I'm not in a position to say anything in that area. My voice might not matter, but if I have anything to say or advise, I will actually advise that they turn that area to desert. Somebody might think that is harsh.
You mean the whole of the North?
Honestly, sincerely speaking, people might not like what I say.
Wipe them all out.
I'm telling you, honestly, sincerely
Wipe them
speaking.
all out.
Wham! Let me talk more. You
You
go
mean the
slap me.
insurgents or the whole population?
I said the whole woman, you see,
Well, madam, that's irrational.
yeah,
No, we
people
cannot
will
be
think I'm
like the
crazy.
people
Listen,
that we're
yeah,
talking bad about. No,
when things like
you can't
this
be wiping
happen,
people out.
people
It
begin
doesn't work that
to.
way.
You can run your emotions for all I care. I don't care. I've said what I said.
Well, it's not about saying what you want to say. You don't talk
Yeah,
about wiping people out.
I don't
That's not
listen. It's my own
normal human
opinion,
being rational.
and
You
I
don't
own
talk like that.
it.
You don't talk about wiping a whole people
Listen
out.
to me.
That's not the
It
way it
is
works
my
in a
opinion,
sensible
and I
manner.
own it.
Regardless, I
So
know,
you
of course, your
stay your
opinion. By
lane,
the way,
I
that's not
stay
an
my
opinion.
lane. I don't
That's
care.
more like a barbaric
That's
way
my own
of
opinion.
putting things.
When it gets to your turn, you give your own opinion. I don't run my emotions wide. Period.
Well, no, you'd rather be emotional talking about wiping people
I
out.
am
That's
not
barbaric.
running my emotion
Okay,
wide. I have said the thing I need to say
of course,
according to
Okay,
Obama's age.
okay. What justifies that statement? Because
And the
it's quite a
information in my
bullish.
hands. Now, let me say this. Somebody came to your platform. On that day that thing happened, I made a comment. That comment has been a comment of analysis. Even family members that were listening at the background, they picked that word. Why Sokoto? And I have asked that question severally, even when Ola claimed that he knows why it is Sokoto. But before now, Ola claimed that he knew why Sokoto. But before now, I can actually tell everybody who wants to tell him or herself the truth that in your widest dream, you will not believe that the first bomb that is coming from anywhere for help will land in Sokoto. I am sure. If you sit down and tell yourself the simple truth, your mind will go to Sambisa Forest and Boronu. But that guy came here and said, by the way, why did they hit Sokoto? And he said it. Most people did not pick that comment, but somebody like me picked it and I kept quiet. So anybody can say anything they want to say. I have said what I want to say. I don't have an opinion on this thing. I don't have action on this thing.
Do you
I don't
think?
have anything on this thing.
Sorry, Zita. Do you think the because of course throwing the bomb in Sokoto is quite pungent. So do you think that was targeted at the Sultanate? Do you think that was messaging to the Sultanate that they know that the underpinnings? Do you think it was targeted at the Sultanate?
One man, I wouldn't say they targeted the Sultanate, but that's the base. The base is not Sambisa Forest. That's the cell. The cell is not Sambisa Forest. So they operate from there. That's where they get whatever they get from and they spread along. I have to say it is a global platform. But I know that 90% of Nigerians and their media houses and their journalists and all the what they say and say, nobody knows that. They believe it's Borno State. And that person come to your platform and had the effort to ask that question. By the way, why not Borno? Why Sokoto? It was actually very annoying to me. Like angry that they know where they are. Really? And the question I keep asking one man is, if people and Nigerians think there is any other way out, why not do it? If there is any other action apart from this satellite that is now covering Nigeria, if there is any other action they think would have been a way out of this insecurity, why haven't they, or why they still have the opportunity to still do it? Nobody is stopping them. So why all this argument? Why this anger? Why this propaganda? When I came to your platform one man, I made a comment about my people. Most people that don't like me, your platform, they don't like me because of that. I don't even give it. I don't even, I care less. I couldn't be, I can't be bothered. I told you that what is happening in Igbo land can only be stopped by the Igbos. Unless you wipe them out. Because anything that inhabits in an environment has an enabling environment for it to grow. Period. I came to your platform, I told you the story of the military guy that was killed, died. They put him in his Corolla and moved him into the river. Everybody knows that story. The military went on rampage. For almost 2 weeks, they were looking for the man. There is nothing they did not do. People like me were watching. Breaking houses, ransacking village, every nook and cranny. The villagers were watching. All of a sudden, the day the military came to siphon the river, the villagers went on riot. And I stand here today and I said, if I have an opinion and an action to do, I'll wipe all of them out. But I don't have an action. If a plant don't have nutrients, it can never germinate, let alone bearing fruit. Period. It's as simple as it.
I'm not quite sure I agree with you, Zeta. Yes, go after them aggressively, but don't flatten the whole of the north now. It's like using a sledgehammer to try and kill an insect. That seems a bit extreme to me.
You see one man,
One second.
One
The
man,
same
let me say
concept, an
this.
idea that we reject, the collective punishment that we reject of Christians,
One
I
man,
think should apply to other people
one man,
also.
you see,
One man, madam,
this
let me
is
talk,
the
please. I
reason
beg.
why.
Hold on, Zeta. Let Prince counter you. I think he wasn't quite pleased with that
I'm
comment.
not
Prince.
countering, but I'm just saying, the idea of collective punishment that we talked about against Christian should be applied also to the other side. We can't say because people of the ethnicity or tribe or whatever religion they believe in that's antithetical to ours, then we should fight them all. I'm not sure the germination of such thinking. That is too much. But I was going to ask Ola. Ola, do you think also that Tinubu should have come out and give a speech also, or you also think it's not necessary? If Ola is still there.
See,
Have you finished your
because
interjection? Can I continue?
no, let me quickly just answer him if you don't mind. The thing is this: you have your Minister of Foreign Affairs already that talk, so that's why that president have ministers. So it is not everybody. And if you notice earlier that time, people were not paying attention when Tinubu addressed people for that Christmas that everybody should be free to have their religion, whatever. And he now intentionally copied the JT. And when he copied the JT, what happened several hours after? Bam, they eat. So I think the message was in the detail. And for those people that wanted to spin it, that Tinubu was not aware they came. He copied it, and that has they copied him, DJT, and that has never happened in the issue of that country. So he knew he already addressed the country, which everybody gave everybody the seasonal greeting. Then when it happened, the people saddled with the responsibility. They came out. So he didn't know to speak. What will he speak about when we are still going to have more of this happening? He needed not to speak.
Okay, back to my shenanigan. One man. I don't know if you know the story of Odi. That one is Nigeria. But you have read about Hiroshima, right? You see, maybe I'm speaking from military standpoint. There are some security situations. If you don't take that drastic decision, you have only one choice. It's either you take that drastic decision or it takes all. Period. That was the case of Odi. And that was why Obasanjo lost his peace award. He went around the world making peace, everything. But when he came to Odi, there was only one option. In the military, it gets to a point in insecurity, you have only one option. It's either you wipe them out or they wipe everybody out. So that was what Obasanjo did in Odi. He wiped all of them out. As I said before, you cannot plant a seed in a land that does not have nutrient and it will germinate, let alone bearing fruit. Period. So hate me, like me, that's fine. I don't care. But the way those people are going, if they don't take their time, it will get to that. Because I don't understand this.
The question we're actually asking, Zita, which was the original question that led us to where we are now, is how do you think that bombing will affect the
They said they've
2027
been relocated. They've relocated.
relocated? What do you mean, the insurgents?
Yes.
Of course, they will
That's no longer
relocate
their
now.
cell now. They've left that place. It's no longer
Naturally,
their cell.
yeah, of course, naturally. But how would that bombing impact on the 2027 elections? That's really the question we're asking.
I thought
Does
I've just said it now. I just said it.
Which is
I
what?
said, if you think you can twist it, when it is retwisted against you, don't cry wolf. Because what are you going to say? You are going to say that your president, normally, every country in the world call for help, financial help, economic help, military help, security help, whatever help, natural disaster help. Countries call for it.
You know that the North is a large voting bloc in Nigeria.
Wait now. Wait. Okay, what you are saying is that they won't vote for Tinubu.
Well, naturally, depending on how the narrative is crafted.
Okay, no problem now. Let's see how it goes now. Shebi in 2 days' time or 3 days' time, we enter next year, right? So they will be doing the twisting and the retwisting. Why I keep saying that twisting and retwisting, and everybody have to be very careful on saying that. The fine line they put out, if you stay outside of that fine line, actually you are looking for trouble. The fine line they put out is that Nigeria and United States, which is a normal thing countries do, have a collaboration for an action. That is a fine line. And I will advise opposition and politicians to stay on that fine line. But if you want to twist it and say that Tinubu hired Americans, remember when you are doing this, your campaign, and you are saying this thing, internet know they forget to, one man, sure you know that. Even this one where I talk, at the talk now, in 20 years to come, somebody can put it out. That's why I always tell people I own my words. To speak in anything digital, make sure you own it. So if they decide to move out of the fine line, that is a normal thing for any country in the world to do, as I said before, in economies, in natural disaster, in health, in whatsoever. Countries always call for help in totality. If it's going to drown them, they call for help, they call for upper hand. In Burkina Faso, people have come here to praise Burkina Faso government. I don't even want to go there. That man is even using Russian military to guard himself. I wonder what they would have been saying if he's in a Tinubu. So I will advise everybody to stay on the fine line. The fine line is what? Nigeria is having a challenge. They have AIDS challenge. US came for their head. There are a lot of challenges Nigeria has been having as a country that US has been coming to their aid. It's not only security. So if you are a politician or a Nigerian and you decide to say that having collaboration with the United States is incompetence, I wish you luck. Woman, that's where I end my own. No. Let them twist it and propaganda it and let the Northerners said it is incompetent or Tinubu wants to kill all of them. That will even make it very nice. Because one man, I've said this before. America knows terrorism. Terrorism knows them. And they are the only country in the world that goes to anywhere they deem fit that they have seen a person of concern who is either a threat to them anyway or anyhow. They go in there and whop up the person. Either in collaboration with the government of the country. Most times the government of the country doesn't really do have choices anyway. They are actually chasing terrorists. But if anybody said Nigerian government and United States coming in collaboration to chase terrorists that entered Nigeria is incompetence and is killing the Northerners, you are actually telling us that Northerners are terrorists. So one man, honestly, sincerely speaking, I don't even know why Nigerians are concerned themselves with this. Because Nigerians are not terrorists. The people that are chasing is terrorists. So why is everybody saying the North? And I said, wipe them out. Somebody is telling me, why would I say that? And you are saying what I just said indirectly. Because if they are chasing terrorists and Northerners are angry, that means they are terrorists. Come on now.
Sorry, go on, Ola. I wanted to invite Oriola into the conversation. Prince Daddy
let's Oriola.
Ola, let me be hand over to you. Super Tata Hassan. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Yes, Ola, over to you.
Yeah, Oriola, go ahead and have your take on the matter.
Well, I'm still enjoying Madam AI now. Yeah, I kind of agree to an extent that I mean some people over there in the northern side, they know what's going on. I think so. But the thing is, what I think we should all have in mind as well is the young people, especially the young people, the young crowds. There's a lot of them that they're not in favor, and I saw a couple of them. Actually, I saw some video of them actually talking about the fact that they don't like what's going on, and they didn't just start talking now. They've been talking for so long. So in that area, I mean, I don't agree that they should wipe everybody out, but I know, like, if you're involved, I think you should be dealt with. And what confuses me as well is, because it looks like this is more like a, I think in military they have a term for it. It's like a secret thing. Like, they don't want a lot of stuff that they're doing, they don't want it to be in the open so they don't get sabotaged. But it looks like where they actually eat, not only the fact that those guys they live there, and even from some of the analysis that I heard, they said some of them they're actually in the government as well, in the local government. I mean, they marry some of those northerners as well in those areas, so they're already intertwined. Like, they're already, it's so difficult to kind of like differentiate them, because they still involved in what they involve, but they at the same time they're they're already they're more like a family with some of the people there, because they're marrying to them, they have kids and so all. And some of what I also hear, or what I heard, which I'm not 100% sure if it's factual, is the fact that they have they have underground base, like where they store some of their weapons. I'm not sure if anybody actually saw some of the weapons that they said they didn't, is it disseminate yet, that they saw. It looks like those, some of those bombs, it looks like they're digging them out. So if someone, from what I heard, that it might be like, it looks like they have underground. So that might kind of like tally to it, to the fact that maybe some of those ones that didn't disseminate is not the one that they actually, the United States sent. It might be the one that belongs to these terrorists. I mean, they're terrorists. So the thing is, me, I feel like it's a very tough and delicate situation. I like the way, I mean, you don't know, because this is a politics, and when politics come into things like this, is very hard. I think if Nigerian military are the one that actually did what the United States did, I don't think it would have been. We won't be saying what we're saying now, because they would have the politics of not only tribal. It would have been bad for um not just the Yorubas but the government, especially Tinubu right now, because they would think that he's targeting them. He's targeting them, but now because,
Uriola, that is actually very funny.
well, I mean, do I
It's
lie?
actually very funny, that thing you said.
Yeah,
That,
but
that
did I
he's
lie?
targeting them.
Yeah, well, I'm not
So they
lying.
are
I mean,
terrorists, right?
the last time that the Nigerian military target some of those areas, and it happens to fall into some people's company of some of their family members that they had nothing to do with the terrorists. We all heard what they said. They felt like Nigerian government trying to target some of their people that was not even a terrorist. So I felt, that's why I'm saying that if Nigerian military are the one that actually did what happened 3-4 days ago, it would have been, this is not what we would be saying, because they would have twisted it. It would have been twisted. That's, I mean, where the weapon went was not the same place where everybody was expecting. It went to the southern part of Sokoto, but everybody know like the eastern part is where they actually do their GI or their terrorist stuff. So
You mean the ISR? The ISR was ignoring that place so that those guys, maybe they didn't even think it was coming, right?
yeah, but that's how people that do stuff like that. That's how they live among people. I don't know if you remember when they took Osama bin Laden. Osama was
Yeah.
living where he was living. You would never believe that he's living there, because he's living like a normal person. He has wives, family. They play around in the compound. They go outside. So that's what they always do. They they try to trick people by living in a very nice neighborhood where you don't think everything is going on so well, but they're performing their crazy stuff at the other place. So
No. What I even
Can I?
said that American intelligence even deceived the terrorists, because when they were conducting the surveillance,
yeah, they went to
they
the
were
east.
ignoring that Sokoto A6.
Yeah.
You understand? And people were following all those, all those, they were following the aircraft, all those gathering. So when people now woke up and I say, Sokoto, But we've been seeing this thing go to Borno and not those areas. Why you know?
And that's how I know that the Nigerian military, they're involved. They're not talking, because if they say anything right now, they might want to like attack them and take them. They want them to take a fall for it. But the thing
Uriola,
is,
military security issues are not actually discussed. Honestly,
correct.
they shouldn't
Yeah,
be discussing it.
correct. Yeah, but that's not what the. I'm not sure if you saw one of the interview on the Rise. The guy was like, he was saying as if he was there. He was attacking Nigerian government. Like he was saying they don't. The United States didn't take any they didn't ask them for anything. They just did it by themselves. Like it was basically just trying to paint us or paint the military like they don't know what they're doing. The government lacks. They don't talk to them. They didn't take any decision from them. Like that's
Uriola,
how.
Uriola, that is why I said what I said. If you go and look at Nigerian history and other countries, not only Nigeria, this same United States that came into Nigeria to do something have been coming into Nigeria to still give different types of help.
That's correct. Yeah.
Right from the word go. So why were those presidents not called incompetent? Is it in healthcare? Is it in economy? Is it in what do they call it? Fraud? Which aspect of Nigeria that those people have not helped us?
Yeah. It's
So are they
politics.
trying to say that those helps that have been coming to Nigeria one way or the other, even personal visit and personal equipment, were incompetence on the part of those governments? So why is this one? Why is this one being showing concern?
No,
Yeah.
Madam
They.
Zita, that's why I say some people, anything they see everything as politics. Even if they are going to pie their people, even their relation, you understand? They will see all they will be seeing there is politics, because it is unfortunate when people talk that way, because incompetence will make you seek help. How does that sound if not because of manipulation?
Okay, I want to quote their brother's quote. Major General Muhammadu Buhari, retired. He said, and I quote, if you are in a place where a thief is, you are living with a thief, you are not anything but a thief. You see, Oriola made a comment about Osama bin Laden. He said he was living a normal life. The question is, all those people living with him, do they know that he's Osama bin Laden? The answer is yes.
Yeah.
So why didn't they stay away from him? They were living with him. They knew he was Osama bin Laden. And then when the attack came, obviously, there will be casualties. So, and that's exactly what happens in the north, in anywhere in the
Yeah,
world.
Madam Zita, I actually think the ideology with Pakistani and Northern Nigeria, I think is the same, because this guy Osama was actually living very close to their military base, so there's no way Pakistan would tell me they have no idea. And when you look
So,
at these people also in Sokoto, there's no way. I mean, I don't know it
Oriola,
for
they
fact,
know.
but
They
there's
know.
no way the government would tell me they don't know them.
They know. They know. You know how I know they know? I follow the
The
press.
first time, okay, how I knew they know is the first time Trump did that, his ridiculous tweet. The emir ran to Astor Rock. So why did he run to Astor Rock? Have
Yeah.
you know the watcher?
No, the history there was this, you understand? Boko Haram, and is it Boko Haram, or there's a local bandits and terrorists that were terrorizing them there?
They're all
Now,
terrorists.
Hold on now. They were now looking for solution. Imagine, you were looking for a solution to solve to solve problem of terrorists and bandits. You now went for someone that is more dangerous than them, so that those people came. Initially, they were trying to rescue them, but after they managed to repair the old one, they now said to themselves, and they now become the new terrorists. So they know, because people started coming out how they were paying tax to these people. They will sell their farm produce, and the same people that collected tax after allowing them to harvest, after knowing that they sold that thing, they will now go to the house of that person that sold. They will kidnap the head of the family and now ask for ransom. Absolutely, what they just did is that you plant your crop, you planted your crop, you harvested everything. They collected tax before you could harvest. After they allow you to harvest, they allow you to sell, and they will not come and you come and use that money to pay them to pay them what do we call it, a ransom. They know they were living in fear. But the problem is this: the loudmouth among them are those their elites and some and some fake cleric among them that think they are working for the cause of the religion.
Yeah,
They know.
that Gumi guy. I don't know why they won't take him. I'm not sure why they allow him.
I'm even more confused than you. You understand?
I'm not
more
sure.
confused than you.
Maybe
IBB doesn't like that man.
They don't take them like that now.
Ah.
You never reach that level. You go soon reach. The level of taking them, you go soon reach. Don't worry. Not be take them like arrest them. No. Like taking them out. If they continue like this, it will get to that level. You see, most Nigerians did not to cut you short, or Uriola, most Nigerians did not study what happened in Udi. You see, exactly this thing that is happening in the north, that was what was happening in Udi. Villagers standing up to the mayhem their people are committing. Those Ebesu boys. They do it, they run to the people. They give them oh my goodness. At a point, you as a security personnel, you lose intel, you lose power, you lose everything. At that, I would even say thank God for US. Otherwise, if it's during the time of Obasanjo, he would have been doing them pompo. You know what would be pompo? Because he can't stand it. Maybe because Tinubu is not a military man. Obasanjo could not stand 150 police officers spied. He couldn't stand 50 foot soldiers spied. Over 50 foot soldiers. I think it's from Ekremo. Is it Ekremo or where is this King Erebrubu? He's in his stand now because King Erebrubu was a retired general in the army. It was from his stand that they set up that thing that buried Dodi. That was his name. Was the president, the Senate president that time? What's his name? Who's this thing is making this noise?
Sorry, microphone that is talking like Osoni.
Wait, mine is doing what?
When Okadibo,
your microphone is feeding back.
When Okadibo went to he wept. Obasanjo turned into desert. Because you cannot handle such as a military person, as a security personnel. You can lose everything. You can't lose everything. You have only one option at that time, either to wipe them or they will wipe everybody. So which one will you choose? That a country is fighting terrorism. People who are not terrorists in that town and villages are complaining. That is the bit I'm struggling to process. And we're even discussing it.
Yeah, but it's complicated than what you're saying. They already have kids there now. And
they have what?
They have kids, they have wives, they already intertwined
is their kids and wife, are they terrorists?
Yeah, they are. But they
Oh, their
shielded
kids
them
and wives
because
are terrorists, eh?
they are. What do you think eventually they will become? They're going to become terrorists. I mean,
So
they,
why not wipe them now?
yeah, but the
You
wives,
give
but
them Israel style.
right, but the
Wipe them
wives
before they do
belongs
it.
to
So what did I say wrong?
you. See, you say like you need to say, it, but it's hard in a way. But the thing is, you have to also realize that a lot of those powerful people are over there. Some of their kids married to them, so it's very complicated. And even some of those terrorists, some of them they don't belong in. They're not Nigerians, but because they have the same ethnicity and the same religion, it's very hard for them to send them back. So that's another problem. You see how like the
No,
Benin.
no, Oriola, some of them were forced. Because, see, the narrative. Okay, let me tell you one thing I realized around that Sokoto. You see, some people, they were already controlling the narratives that nothing happened. You understand? The people of that village were the one coming up, okay, something happened, no.
Something happened.
You understand? Some of them were
Even the
saying,
J, even all the
yeah,
way to the J,
I'm
it
telling you,
happens.
people in the south here, they started posting on the on YouTube, started condemning, wasted. When they went to the people, they said something happened, though. Now that time they come to tell us the history of what happened, how the thing started.
But
Some of
Ola, I don't even know how human beings of these days, how they digest information. I don't know how we digest information. If there is any military in the world, somebody should look down on. It's not United States.
exactly.
So I don't know why people just take something as they come. You say
No,
United States didn't do anything.
they were
That thing
expecting
you saw,
picture.
that set off from that vessel did not do anything.
Don't mind them. They were expecting, you know what they were expecting? Gory picture like what they were crediting to what happened in Mali. Someone was saying, this is how precision target should look like. They started showing some picture of those people pied. Then initially, I wanted to buy into that. I now after some time I gave myself, I say, hold on, no. But the Nigerian military self, anytime they hammer people, they don't show picture. So what's the big deal there?
No,
You
no,
don't do
but
that it now. You will
in
run
this
Exactly.
emotions.
no, in this case,
You will run emotions.
yeah, but
You
in
don't
this
do-
case, what happened? They already circled that place. Like they told people not to go around where it happens. So a lot of people cannot speak to it because they don't have the chance to actually get
Okay.
closer.
Odiola, let me explain to you. I know you're a very young person. I will keep saying OD, massacre. Because most Nigerians, they don't know what happened in OD. It wasn't in the news, but they knew that they hammered OD. That's all they said. Until Okatibu, OD, Bayelsa people cry, just as the Northerners are crying now. They don't kill us, so they kill us finish. Oh, the passenger don't kill people. Oh. He don't bury one village. Oh. Okadibo and his team. That was the Bayelsa senators and House of Reps were the people, hammering it. Okadibo now got up with his team. When he got there, he wept. You can still pull the video if he's still there. He couldn't believe that a president of a nation will have the mind to do that kind of a thing in a whole town. It was a desert. Do you know why? I will tell you why. These boys, the Northerners, I think, when United States military said that those ragtag poo smelling idiots that run around in Nigeria like a headless chicken, shooting and gunning and burning everything and anything. When the United States say they're not sophisticated, they are 1000% correct. Because I don't think those boys use charms. I don't think so. They don't use voodoo. That's why they're easily quiet. I mean, what is happening in the north? But these Egbesu boys, they were using shams and shamses. They disappear. They enter the trees, and they have massive ancient trees. These boys disappear into it. Bullet does not penetrate them. They strangle police officers. They buy military men. Anybody they send there will come out in body bags. How do you handle such situation if you are the president of a country? The boy from OD that escaped, his whole family was wiped out. Well, his whole family were not even in best way anyway, because the younger sister that was in University of Port Harcourt went on weekend in their village when that thing happened, and they took her. If this boy tell you the story, these boys, the weapon they use on them, I don't know most of you that in the US, you know what they call, what do they call it? Ground beef. The thing we do them poto like that, and they're still breathing. To tell you the kind of sham that we are using. So if you are a president of a nation, the simple question I'm asking, how do you handle such security concern? You have only one option. Wipe them out, or they wipe you out, period.
Well,
Madam
I
Zita,
don't agree with that.
the,
Anyway.
no, I kind of agree with that sometimes. I don't mean not exactly what you said, but you got to really go sometimes to, I mean, not care less about some. You sometimes you have to maybe sacrifice some people to get rid of the problem. I mean, but I said that there's not like Nigerian army won't be willing to go heavy-handed like they used to back in those days. The problem is today you have these Amnesty International people where the countries they don't like, they will start pointing fingers, trying to use that human right thing to come after you. You remember in the beginning of this Boko Haram thing, when this guy, what's his name, that was in charge of the army back then, when he went to that Maduguri, he was going heavily. Yeah, exactly. He was going like that. He was doing that thing. But the Amnesty International started charging Nigeria to international, whatever they call it, criminal court, all those things. So that's why they're like, okay, these Igbo people will start playing this politics. They look for every reason to come after your country. They don't like you. For some reason, I just think this Western country having issue with Nigerian government. I don't know what the issue is, but I think that's the reason why you are not seeing that nowadays.
Yeah, but the thing is, when it comes to humanitarian people, like me, I don't take them really serious because basically that's their job. If anything serious, they kill someone or they do anything that affect humans, they always come up front, and that's their job. That's what they get paid to do. So really, the government have to do what they have to do. If they come on board, I mean, if they get sued for that, I mean, they can all go to court and sort it out. But the thing is, irrespective of whatever someone do, those people will still come. Even if you're doing it as something that is right, they will still come and say their thing because they get paid to do that. So I don't really always take them.
No, Oriola, do you know why this partnership with the United States is the best at this time? Now, I was wondering initially that why didn't we call the military contractor we got back the other time? Now, if we are using those military contractor, like Mike said, now all this amnesty and co, you understand, they will be making noise. You understand? They'll be talking and they'll be forming opinion before you know.
Do you know these same amnesty guys? Sorry. You know these same amnesty guys? They are not talking about what Paul Biya is doing in Cameroon right now. Because the guy is just going house to house. He's just killing people. Now they say Jude came and I told her he's in Cameroon now. If you open your mouth, talk against about Biya, they'll just take you, kill, like buy you and your family. Like they are. So those guys, man. It's double standard. All those organizations they are creating. It's just it's political.
Mike, we might not know.
Exactly.
We might not know. I think they're talking. Even with
they
Israel, with
They
the
know.
Israel thing, they talk now. They're still talking, even though
Who's
nobody
talking?
cares about what they say. A lot of
Amnesty International talking
yeah, they talk. They
about
just
who?
like the government. If you a country like United States or Russia, they just care less. Like whatever they say, like their opinion or whatever they're saying, it doesn't matter. It's not like they're not talking. It's just that
No,
they're
no. Are they talking about Paul Biya? You're not getting it.
um,
Amnesty International, of course, they're not going to. Most of them, the workers there, they are people hired by these Western countries now. They are British, American people. They work. They don't really work for any international. They work for their sponsors. So what I'm telling you is, a poor country that, or even any country that carry atrocity against their people, if we are in good terms with them, they don't care. In fact, when Obasanjo was doing it, it's because Obasanjo was in very good time with America now. It was giving everything they want with the West. So they didn't care that he wipe out OD. They don't care. They don't give a shit about these black Africans.
Exactly.
But now, they really feel like Nigeria is not really, they're halfway happy with us, halfway not happy with us, because I guess we're doing business with the adversaries like China and all these things. So they're not really in good terms with Nigeria right now, like before. So they will use all those things against you. Anything they can use, they will
Mike,
try to use it against you.
Mike, let me ask you a question real quick. The one that you said about Bordia is doing, is it just recent? Because
He's going on right now as we speak.
Because I'm looking at Amnesty right now, and they're
He has been doing
reporting.
it.
They're talking about stuff. September. They talk about authorities must release protesters that they detain. They're talking about that, Cameroon. So I want to know if there's anything of December. That's why I'm asking when. So let me see if they have anything of the. They
No,
always
they will
talk.
there's difference between making statement and shouting and threatening your government. With
That's what
Nigeria, they are
can
talking
do.
about taking you to their government are calling your government, and they are trying to charge you for international crime and things. With Cameroon, trust me, they will be one low journalist guy that just make statement about but they are not going after the guy. They're not threatening Paul Biya. Paul Biya that's living in France and Switzerland.
But they're a non-profit organization. What can they do? They can't do more than talking. All they can do is talk. All they can do is talk.
No. If they are sponsors, they are masters, really, want them, they will, trust me, they come after you. With Nigeria case, it wasn't just talk. They invited Nigeria to ICC to come and come and defend themselves.
Now. They drag Jonathan to that place. You understand the Amnesty International built case 2011 post-election security forces responses. The case of that guy that was taken from that guy that they accused of funding Boko Haram, and they talk of a lot of things. So now, but you see, since America struck now, you understand these guys they be. Even those people that are the loudspeaker within the country, say we understand. Some of them tactically now they are supporting, right? You see the like of the northern elders like Tamboa, like Udume, and many people now. You understand? They are lying automatically now, immediately. Nobody is criticizing Tinubu on this matter. Even El-Rufai that will now come out and criticize, he just kept quiet. Instead, he is playing his ADC politics.
You want them to right now they're all shaking because Trump can launch that cruise missile.
He want Lavender to take
He can bomb their house, man. Those guys they can't open their mouth be talking. They can't start talking. If they start opening their mouth talking against Trump, the next that cruise missile, that thing there. That Tomahawk, they will type your address. The way they do it, that thing, they will type your address inside that thing, and that thing will go straight to that your address. I'm telling you, man, that's how that thing work, man.
So
it's a GPS now.
Mike is Lavender they use. Mike is Lavender they use. That was the moment I hear BB mention Nigeria in his Christmas disease, I knew that their hand don't enter. It's Lavender they use. It's a kind of an AI to dictate you.
Yeah. They will your locations where they will put inside that thing. That thing will go there.
Someone narrated how they catch Bin Laden now. Say the problem with that of when America want to track you, the only thing is that don't get on phone. once you talk on phone like this, you understand, you are mapped everywhere in the world. So if you like,
They
travel,
will,
go
they will, they
to
will
UK.
tell that you to find your phone. They will not. They will tell that
No,
Mister, they go
the
look for your
one
phone.
that I
If
listened
that
to
Mister can
was.
find your phone, he don't find you.
Did you listen to that interview of the one of the generals that were acquired during the 12 days war? The interview of her daughter, his daughter. The daughter granted interview. He said the father doesn't use phone, he doesn't use wristwatch, he doesn't use anything on him. And he changes his position every 5 minutes. But still, they got it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
but
the way
that's
the
what
thing
we've
works
been
is this.
saying. They're part of our military. They give information. I mean, there's no way they will live with you, have wives, kids, and they also participate in our government that they won't be part of our military, and they're already part of our military. So every information, everything that's going on there, they're passing the information back. So they're already part of us. So that's why I'm saying that it will be very difficult. We can do it, but it will be very hard to get rid of them because they're already
No,
intertwined.
I think America is the best partner we can have for now because
I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying that how can we get rid of
They
them?
are so good in this.
no,
They are so good.
like Oriola, like what I said, I was shocked that immediate. Okay, now look at it now. They struck on 25, right? Then on 27, they were already deploying. Forest guard to Sokoto and all those areas. So it simply means that the forest guard will take over of Sokoto. We take over those forests. They are sending to Kebbi too. Then they are sending to
But I
Kwara.
have a question though, man.
Oriola,
Were
that
they?
Sokoto strike don't make you make una laugh. It makes me laugh. Oh.
Okay, why did they make you laugh?
That is the least place you expect them to go now.
Even
Haba.
myself, I was wondering why.
Okay.
Why did this try to go to self? Like to me, I don't. Was that where things was going on? Because we thought everything
No.
was going on more like my people.
Okay,
Really,
Mike, you know
then,
what happened? I've been following this ISR since late November. They will go to Lakeshore Bay area, they will go to Sambisa side, they will go to all those areas. They were not even going to Sokoto at all. So you will know, okay. Now, normally you'll be expecting that when they will strike in all those areas. As someone just woke up, I say Sokoto, I say, what did they happen? I saw people they make
Even the almighty Sandvisa forest, they don't scam.
I just begin to dig. I don't get information for almost 6 hours. But later, one guy, he get this YouTube guy from America, just came online, boom, started analyzing. He now started showing how that place is the staging area. When they are coming from Sahel. That is where they have their logistics. They will train, they put the armory, everything there.
No, it makes sense.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
I was saying, wow. You understand? It took me 6 hours to get that information because
it makes sense. It makes sense. It makes perfect sense. So basically, where the base of the people, they won't want
that
to
thing
put
shock them.
that get there. They
that
won't
thing shock them.
It makes sense, man. Because it's true, man.
You know one funny thing. Before that time, they were cutting their supply because that was Nigerian part. You understand? If then see Okada moving to that place, you understand? They go pay the person already because the Nigerian military, they were already cutting supply. So they were restricting all those guys to that remote area. All my mind was that okay, since these people were restricting people to that area of Sambisa, all those areas, that okay, that's where they will hit. You understand? It didn't come to my mind. You understand? Because they were, okay, so people that were carrying food to that place, they intercepted them. They didn't allow them to carry food. People that were carrying a weapon to that place, they intercepted them.
I always wonder why terrorists never attack Sokoto. Like, I mean, they don't. You understand? So they don't carry their bomb in there. They don't. I'm like, why is Sokoto always safe now?
And
so
some people were saying, they didn't hit the target, they just waited the bomb, they all this. You understand? The villagers came saying, I lie you. Say immediately they hit like this, say some people fled the country. Some people fled the country to the other side.
And across America, they're gonna investigate where They already know what's going on. Well, they will hit the roots of the matter.
I initially I was buying to that narrative that America just wasted this. You understand?
I was thinking that too. Like, did they just waste bomb? I mean, like, I was even suspecting they were just trying to attack in Niger Republic. I'm like, what? I'm like, what the heck? Because I was expecting bomb to land in Sambisa.
That was my thing.
Then they were fast asleep. The next thing they had was
oh my goodness. They so deceived them. You understand?
You see, you wake up early hours of 2050 and you're hearing that Sokoto.
Sokoto is the heart of the leadership of northern Nigeria, So the fact that those leaders have always been, Gumi, all of them, it's almost like they're supporting those guys.
You know why it's shocking? So Sokoto is a total, he kept them warm. Give them mouth. Because if you look at Sokoto, all those movement of the terrorists, it's not actually, you've not heard Sokoto school children taking Sokoto farm born, stuffs like that. Sokoto is kind of peaceful. It's relatively peaceful. So for you to wake up in the morning,
but madam, do you know what I realized? It's like they were suppressing information to some extent around there too. Even not because of these villagers now. Now yesterday I just know the story of what happened in Sokoto. Sokoto said, them, the villagers say when they were being terrorized by all these Boko Haram and Iswap, they say them go invite Lakurawa to come and rescue them. So can you imagine that?
The northern Nigerian Muslims, they believe Sokoto is the headquarters of their Islam, right?
Their Mecca.
Their Mecca,
Yeah, it's their power base.
Exactly, their power base. So if Sokoto is keeping quiet as them pushing this Islamic jihadists in Nigeria, then it means that Sokoto is not against it. And if there's anybody that's going to give message to them to stop their madness of Islam bullshit, it will be Sokoto now. But we don't hear that Sokoto saying too much. So it may be that maybe you are in support of this rubbish, I don't know. It may be. To me, indirectly, I'll be honest with you, I think those Islamic leaders in the north, they kind of see these Islamist guys as people that's favoring them in a sense that they're helping them to not allow Islam die in the north or not allow Christianity to push to the north. Because to be honest, with this mixture in Nigeria, a lot of Christianity is moving to the north, it's growing in the north. And I don't think their religion already tell them that that's unacceptable. That's because the Islam really tell them that someone, any other religion is infidel, and in fact, anyone that fights other religion should be killed. Islam tell them that. So, and the Nigerian law will not allow them to go and be killing people now, to be speaking up, because of course those northern leaders, they get money from Nigerian states, so they want to keep quiet, but indirectly they'll be supporting the Islamists that are they are kind of these jihadists against people, anti-Christianity or you understand? They will be indirectly.
Are you sure it's indirectly or directly? I don't think
maybe directly. Or I can't say either way, so I can't give them. I can't accuse them.
I'm not accusing them either, but it looks.
But with this strike, I'm almost convinced that it's directly. With Trump striking them, that means Trump must have got information that it's directly.
The only person
Sokoto
that
is the headquarters.
The Sultan of Sokoto is the head of Muslims in Nigeria now. He's the head, and everybody, in fact, every Islam accepts him as the head. No, yes, he is.
Sokoto is the, what do they call it? Defense headquarters for Boko Haram.
Because I was saying that the head of Muslim leaders, even the Yoruba Muslims, they believe the Sultan of Sokoto is head of.
But Mike, that is the reason why it should have shocked you that they hammered the place now.
I wasn't thinking it until that happened. Like,
nobody is thinking on that direction. Nobody.
No, but they hammer to play.
Hold on, please. I'll be back. So just be discussing that I'll be back in 30 minutes.
Yeah, they did Kwara as well. They eat Kwara from
if
what I
you
heard.
can.
Yeah, it really exposed the caliphate, man. Because I think the Sokoto caliphate, they are really, because they are tasked.
But
Because the Sokoto, this,
Mike, Mike, before this strike, if they tell you, ask you a simple question, where do you think they will hit first? Not the Sambisa forest you will call.
yeah, that was my thinking is in Trump is going to strike Nigeria. I was thinking Maiduguri, even I'm thinking even in the middle belt or somewhere, somewhere down, in the middle belt of Maiduguri. I didn't think of Sokoto at all.
Their
I didn't think of that
headquarters.
place, man.
It's
That's
so
what they
funny.
call people. That's what I always say. The Nigerian state themselves, they don't their own actions. It's not based on intelligence. It's just based. They don't do thorough investigation before they go out on their missions. That's why the Nigerian government have been chasing shadows. But the Americans did their studies. They did that digging. They took time to get facts, and that's why I always come here to fight with people like, "Oh, you guys just talk. There's no investigation. We are not talking based on investigation. We're not talking action." But the Americans did their research. They find out the fact. They did fact finding, and then they discover the base. Like, okay, that's where the origin is, and then it's
What
struck.
is the satellite? They are using a camp in Nigeria now.
Yeah, with satellite also they would have done send some
They're
people
using,
spies to go and investigate what the
and
America.
that thing is very clear. Oh. The one that they're using is extremely very clear. You see people walking in the street, you see farmers farming in the farmland. Everything is clear, like crystal clear. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it make perfect sense. Anything Islamist, they may be going to Nigeria. Sokoto got hand in it, man. They know all the Islamic cleric. For you to be an Islamist leader in Nigeria, you must answer to Sokoto, or you must get your what they call it, license or whatever they call it to become a imam in Sokoto, because the Sultan of Sokoto is the head of Muslim Nigeria. So Sokoto is the capital of Muslim Nigeria. So we're having Islamist problem, and Sokoto doesn't know anything about it. They can't even give us. I mean, they know all these people now. They know the names of all the Muslim clerics, and so there must be some leadership of Islamist communities that are behind some of these guys. They will know something, but for some reason, you don't know anything. Uh-uh. For all these years, they say nothing, and then you have useless man like Gumi who come out and be saying they are our brothers, they are our kid. What the hell is going on here? I mean, you guys, you give us. I mean, they do less talking. The people that do all the talking is the Satanas, like just talking. Okay, yeah,
Did
no, we
did,
don't.
did, did you hear his latest request that instead of United States, how come Nigeria don't work with Turkey and Pakistan to do the job for them? He's stupid.
People, Muslim countries where they believe in their Quran before anything else. Quran come before anything else now. Because when those ones will start working with us now, one Muslim play recorder and open a verse of Quran, like, look, what you are doing is haram. Allah said,
Yeah, but
you do not kill a
the thing is
mata,
they can't
you do
kill
not kill
their
a
brothers.
jihadist.
They can't kill their brothers though. So
That's
that's
what
the
I'm saying
thing.
now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They will find a way to convince those ones. It's when it comes to religion, trust me, they will use a way to use that book to convince those countries to not work with, to not help Nigeria do the work thoroughly. They believe in that. And I was listening to Gumi, and it was like, no, if the guy would have done this way, it would be a matter. I'm like, you calling someone matter? What the fuck? What matter? You're using the word matter in these things we're dealing with. So they believe some of the action of their jihadis is justified in the Quran. They believe it. Religion, man, that thing. Oh my God. You can
Yeah,
use that
but the
book.
military too, though. The military is
Even
infiltrated.
some people in the military said some of them they
Yes.
are in Quran, they can somewhere in the Quran, somebody can quote them like, look, you're not supposed to you're supposed to support this guy because the Quran said this. You can use that book, that Quran Bible, you can use it to justify anything. I'm telling you. You just tell them go open a page and next thing they will start, oh, in the name of, I can't go and kill a matter because
So you are
I will
saying
go to
what I
hell.
said indirectly now. All of them should be wiped out.
Who?
Now there's that too. I don't have action. If I have action for those people, na total desert. Oh. I will do them with the style. Honestly, sincerely speaking, because it is getting to a do you know these people are having a free ride in Nigeria? Did you see that one in a was it Kwara State, the church incident that was held live? Did you see how they walk into the church? People were crying for help, weeping. They took all they wanted to cook. Buy all the people
You
the
see that
money.
one, that one enter the church. If someone like Gumi would tell you that that's justified, he would tell you that.
Yeah. So why they were having a free ride in Nigeria? They can enter anywhere, do whatever they want to do. Look, let me tell you, people, those people are doing unspeakable things. So
Yeah,
you guys said that
Yeah, but
Africa will
what can you do
produce.
though? What do you think the government can do? They can't do anything.
It's
These people are
desert
part
they
of
can
the
now.
do a lot,
government.
man. They just got to use
They
their
can
brain.
do a lot.
There's no
They're
problem
Just
as
part
long
of
because
the
the
that
place
doesn't have.
is
government.
desert.
How? They're part of the
Oriola, there's no
government.
problem.
How?
Also have solution, and
Listen,
that's the problem. The same. This see the way you are talking. Is probably the same way the government are
it's
talking.
either
How?
you do them
It's like
No,
you
Horishima,
no,
always
no,
want
no.
solution in your hands, right? And
Horishima
Okay, I'm
immediately,
or
asking you.
Odi.
I'm asking you with
Ushu.
a question.
and that's
How?
what I'm telling
If
you
they're
that
part of the government already, they're
That's
already
what I'm
in the
saying now.
system.
Oriola, I've told you that the only answer is either you give them Odi style or what's come to the worst, you give them Horishima. The Horishima now that US have will not cause those toxic and all those things. It's a very good Horishima. They will
Yeah,
just
but
give it to you.
they you see, they're young people. Those guys, they're not in favor of what their leaders are doing.
Oh,
They're
come on,
talking.
man. Come on. Somebody came to this platform and asked a question angrily. Most people in the platform that day did not take a notice. He was talking, all of a sudden, he said, by the way, why Sokoto? Why not Madigri that they have sold to us? That is the epic center.
Yeah, but that's one person. A lot
No,
of
no,
them.
no. Don't do that. Oh. Let me tell you why you shouldn't do that. Let me tell you why. You see, Northerners are not like Southerners. They're not like we Southerners. We Southerners, most times, our thoughts are individualistic. When a Southerner says something, you can affirmatively say it's one person, it is his thought. But for a Northerner, you can't do that. These are people who live in communities, they live in clans, they live in families. They
it's
have
more of the
this,
religion. The religion, they are
and
quite.
they live in their religion too. They have this communal life. So whatever come out of there is not individual.
Wait, I hear you, but I don't
It's
agree with
not.
it. I
It's not
hear
individual.
you, but I don't agree with it because I see a lot of dear young people on YouTube. They have their own podcast speaking against. Even when Gumi came out, this I've saw like 2, 3 videos,
Most of
and
them
they're
are not
girls.
living there. Oh. That's what I
They know
usually
they
quote to
live.
Buhari. Buhari said, if you are living with Boko Haram, you are Boko Haram. Period.
Yeah,
The
Point
thing
Buhari
I
is
can
blank.
say
old.
Oh.
about the North is
When
Buhari
he
is old.
started fighting
they
Boko
put the
Haram,
religion
people were
above
telling
anything
him
else.
that they're having
It's kind of
civilian.
like
He said they're having
Zita.
civilian casualties.
It's kind
He
of like
said, if you are living with Boko Haram, you are Boko Haram.
it's kind of like
Period.
Zita. Let me support the point you made. It's kind of like when they stoned that girl to death. What's that girl? That Deborah
Right.
girl. You see
Yeah.
that they were. Yeah, it's almost like okay. They look at each other's like okay. What's the popular belief agreement in the North? Is okay. The popular
Penalty.
agreement is that okay. The girl's supposed to be stoned to death according to Islam. So that's why they kind of kept quiet, even though they know it's against Nigerian law and it's wrong. Even Atiku himself, Atiku,
Is it
he
not in
tweet
Sokoto that they buy the
initially.
car? Is it
Initially, he
not this same
tweeted
Sokoto?
he was in Sokoto. It happened.
Oh, good.
So even Atiku Oriola, that's supposed the ones to be president of Nigeria. Initially, he sent a text that he condemned the killing of the girl, and later delete the text. Can you imagine? How can you delete such a text? Yeah, I mean, sorry, tweet. He tweeted
And
because
when I
immediately
say
they
wipe all of them, you people say I'm
so
crazy,
that's
right?
what I'm saying. So the religion thing once they can use the religion to justify any act, it's like almost everyone there have to kind of align with it. And that's what I'm saying. Once somebody can use the religion to justify some of the act of these guys that are doing the Islamist thing, everybody is just kind of aligned because
Yeah,
they
but
believe
I agree
there
with
is
you.
the will of Allah, and then
Right. See, I agree with
so
the fact that people will just align with it. But the thing is, not everybody actually agree with it. But because they don't have a voice, and if they speak up, they get either stoned or
yeah, they can get chopped off. Exactly.
exactly. See, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with the point. I'm just saying that not everybody agree with it, but they don't have a voice. They can't do anything. There's a lot of bishops in northern state now, but they can't do anything because they don't have a voice. If they even say something, they go out of line. They can do them anyhow. So that's what
You
I'm
know,
saying.
I think the one thing in the north is this: they have it's very organized in terms of that religion. Like there's no community where they don't have a spiritual leader, like in a man, right? They have them in every pocket, and every community they have the what they call the king, the version of the king, but like that emir, right? Even up to Ilorin, So it's all set up. It's like the Northern Nigeria is like a caliphate, so that is Sokoto Caliphate. So every and all those the spiritual leaders, every community, they all connected. You understand? They all like know who's who. It's kind of like in the southwest. Every village have a Oba.
They're all
You understand?
Fulanis now.
Every
That
village
from
have
what I
Oba,
heard, they're
and
all Fulanis.
yeah. So exactly. So they know what's going on. So they have to have their code of silence. You understand? Because someone maybe among them they were trying to use that religion to kind of water down the
Yeah,
situation.
but if that's the case, they have a plan. So that means they have a plan. They have something they're gunning for. They're
To
just not
me,
letting us know.
this is what I think it is. I think they don't want the northern Nigeria to be polluted by other religion and other um, ideologies or way of life. And that's why you have to go back in history. When Nigeria was being created, the North didn't want to be a country with the South because of that. Because they believe we're going to pollute that North with other ways of lives,
But
like either other
Midwest,
religion or other.
Midwest is not northerners though.
Where?
Kwara, Kogi,
Which Kwara?
Benue, they're
Are
not
you kidding me?
northerners.
Kwara?
In
Kwara?
Nigeria of today, they
Kwara?
claim
The Yorubas in Kwara. If I don't think he followed that Ilorin, maybe not the whole Kwara, Ilorin, and all these parts. They were not. Why didn't they even carve them as the northern states? Many part of it, not the entire part of.
was politics from what I heard. That's why they
No. It's because of the eyes. They believe it's part of the caliphate. Anywhere they believe that is, part of it is part of the caliphate, they cover it to the north. They call it northern part of Nigeria. So to me, I think the whole thing is they don't want all these other ideologies to move from the south to the north. You understand? They believe it's a threat to their religion thing,
I
and
think it's bigger than
people
that.
will
I
wonder.
think they
People will
have a
wonder then
plan.
why, that's it. And this is why I see the hypocrisy of all these people. People will wonder, okay, if that's the case, so why do you want to stay in Nigeria? Why don't you go back
Exactly.
to?
Why don't we just split into
Guess
two or
what?
three?
Guess what? When you are getting millions of dollars allocation oil revenue every month, why the hell would you want to let that go? So, and revenue being shared in Abuja, most of it is coming south now, southwest. So the revenue, the money, that's why all these religious people are hypocrite. I can't respect them. They will tell you the religion comes first, but when it's time for money, the money come one. They will forget religion.
Yeah, but the religion does not apply to their own families, though.
But they will not tell their followers that
Yeah.
we are picking money over our religion. The reason why Northern Nigeria is holding on to Nigeria today is because of the wealth of Nigeria, which is being split. The allocation.
Yeah, but the thing is, they have a lot of mineral resources. They not share from
Well,
what I heard.
until they get to that point where the Nigeria is not, they are not exploit. We have it, but we are not doing getting revenue from it yet.
No,
If get to that point,
they get revenue from it, like the gold in
no,
Samfara, but they
no,
not
no, it's
sharing
not
with
the revenue. Is
Nigeria.
not like the oil. The revenue is not like the oil revenue of the oil. Trust me, they're not. It's not the money.
Are you sure?
It is
With the
not.
lithium, with all the
It's there, but is Nigeria already exploiting this thing? Are they already exploiting these minerals? Who are we selling to? Who are we selling lithium to? How much
no,
revenue have we got from lithium this year? How much?
wait, you won't know if they get. I
No,
think
we
they're
are not.
already
Go look at
doing it.
Nigerian revenue. It's all from
China,
oil. It's
what
only
is
oil that we
Chinese
still
doing in
selling.
Nigeria?
We rely on oil too much. It's the oil. We are not exploiting other avenues. It's oil. Until we start selling lithium become the number one uh, revenue generated where we get our income. Trust me, where oil is no longer the fact. That's when they'll start letting you know that come. I'm sorry, we don't. We don't. This is our true feeling. We don't want South any religion in North other than Islam, and they will
Okay,
begin to tell you, and they
let
begin to
me.
tell you that listen, here is Sharia 100%. We don't. I'm telling you, man.
Okay, let me tell you something. So, oil is not what is generating the most money for Nigeria. Oil is the
What?
only reason why. Just listen to me. The only reason why everybody thinks it's oil is because oil is the only thing that they actually have. They are able to account for. So I was watching one of the interview that Nairametrics was doing, and they were doing it one of the guys from
What do you mean
CBN
account for? When
or from.
government get revenue, I can not account for where they get
Wait,
revenue.
let me land. The guy from CBN said when they were getting their data and they were looking at all the information, they realized that the money from cocoa and all the countries that were telling us that they're getting cocoa from Nigeria, when they calculate the money, is way bigger than what this thing the crude oil is generating for them. That there's no account on how those money were getting out. So that's what they're trying to bring to the table now, so they can make account for every single thing that leave that country. And that's why I was telling you that Samfara, they're already selling gold. Mineral resources will leave
We
the
are talking about
country.
federal government revenue. We're not talking about an individual somewhere that's
Wait,
selling.
how is gold individual? It belongs to Nigeria.
Is it the
So
federal government that is exporting it?
it's not federal, but they're
Okay,
doing it at the
exactly. So
back
that's my
end.
point now. So the
In the
money the
back
federal
end
government. Hold on,
now,
listen. You're missing the whole point. I don't care whether we are Nigeria like exporting some other thing. What I'm telling you, what the federal government is exporting and getting revenue that they have to share is oil. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not talking about which
I agree
somebody,
with that.
a
I'm
private
just
person
telling you
exporting
that we
rice or
have
something.
other things. I agree with that point.
If you
But
go
I'm
grow
telling
rice
you
and
that there's
export it,
other things.
listen. If you Oriola go grow something in Nigeria and export it, the revenue comes to you, not to the federal government. So you don't take that revenue and go and share with the states. But when the federal government export that rice and that revenue they get is what they share with these other states. And that's why I'm telling you that the oil is what the
That's not how it works when it comes to mineral resources. You can take what belongs to the country and you are digging it and selling it, and you're telling the country that you can provide revenue for the country. Those mineral resources do not belong to someone's family. No, it belongs to Nigeria. Just the same way the crude oil that we're getting from the Niger Delta does not belong to one family. They let it belongs to the whole Nigeria. So if
the constitution say every mineral, every resource belongs to the federal government. I don't know where you are. I think you've been listening to all these propagandists
who
are telling
does
you
it
that
belong to? Who does it belong to?
no, every mineral in Nigeria belongs to the federal government.
Who does it belong to? It belongs to the it belongs to the federal government now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you are telling me that someone is saying it belongs to someone else.
No, you're not hearing me. What I'm saying is, if some people were doing the back, and
The
they're
illegal
going
one.
to the back and selling stuff that belongs to federal governments, and federal government is not getting paid for it. What they're doing the service to the country, because those
Yeah,
money.
that's illegality now.
Exactly, and that's what they've been doing. Oh,
Who's
okay.
there? Who's there?
Well, those from Zamfara to Osun State to Ibadan, those people that
And
were
who are
doing
those?
stuff,
Who are those? Is it the
I
state
don't know
government?
them.
Okay, you don't know
I
them.
don't know
So if
them
you don't know them,
from.
then it's not fact. It's not based on
But
fact.
no, it's on the news. You have to look it up. It's on the
Then
news
who? You
that they're
say you don't
stealing
know them.
our
It's on the
natural
news then.
resources. Huh? Say that again. It's on the news that they are stealing our natural resources and selling it, and they say even Chinese people are doing that. I'm just saying
Okay,
that.
that's illegality. Then you can't say
We
it's the people from there or something.
right. I agree. It's illegal, but I'm just saying that we can't be allowing those things happen. We only focus on just one thing. That's what I'm just saying. It's not like, oh yeah, I want it to happen or it's okay. I'm just saying that you can't be doing that. Where the
People
only thing
cannot be
that
doing illegality. You want to see the opportunity?
well, we know
It's your
I
government they
mean,
have to blame it. They don't know how to manage a country and protect their territories and everything. They're just sitting there in Abuja, their big stomach and collect. We really don't have serious organized government or people. I don't even use like using the word government. I just say black people. We are people that we are intellectually lazy. We are lazy. When it's time to run something, we don't care. We are not serious. We have lazy people running country. That's what it is. The lazy people. They know what to do, but because it's hard work, they don't want to do it.
yeah, but
Most of
I
the
mean,
things, problem of Nigeria, we know the solutions, but because the solution require hard work. You are talking about senators and house rep, politicians where they have five bunch of girlfriends and bunch of babies. Someone like Ned Nwoko that has 6 wives
yeah,
and
that
bunch
guy
of,
is
what time will
ridiculous.
they have to put in to do the work, to do actual work, to run a country? To It's hard work. These white people in these white countries, they are politicians. They are working hard to keep their countries to get things going, functioning.
Yeah, but you know what? Majority of them, they don't look at the future. They just look at themselves. They
They,
only
they,
do
they
things.
see they see everything. Trust me, they know what to do. They know
I
what's
know,
required. They
I
have the
agree,
education,
but
but they don't have the work ethic. Not they because other things they rather do. Like I'm telling you, if you have
see,
if you
in order for you to have a work ethic, to want something to do, you want to do something to better for the entire country. You have to look at the future. A lot of them, they only care about their own
no no no
personal.
no no
If their
no. If
family
it,
are doing
listen
well,
listen listen. You see the statement you just made. You say in order for you to have work ethic, you have to look at the future. If you don't have work ethic, you can see future you want. You're not going to get nothing done. You have to have work ethic first, and then you look at the future, and then you apply your work ethic to it to get things done. That's it. You need both.
yeah, but if you don't care about the future, how would you have why would you care about work ethic? Because you don't really care about the future. You only care about yourself.
Listen. Okay, check this. Okay, let's say you care about the future so much, right? Now you have 6 wives, 15 children, a couple other girlfriends. That takes a lot of your time in a day. Now, how can you see the future? You know what needs to be done, but you know that this future, the work I have to do require me working 10 hours a day, and you have 6 wives and 2 additional girlfriends. That's 7 women and about 15 children. Where will you find that 10 hours a day to put in the work for that future?
Wait, I don't agree with your analogy. This
Oh,
guy,
really? Oriola, you're telling me if you have five
see,
wives, Oriola, if you have
wait,
6 wives,
Elon Musk,
you have to,
Elon Musk has 24 kids or so. He has a lot of kids, and he has a lot of, but they're not
when did
his
you start having the
wives.
kids? Before he became billionaire or after?
Yeah, when he was billionaire,
Yeah, he became
I
billionaire
think
already made it before he started doing that. Now he
yeah,
already employ people to do what needs to be done and all those things. So it doesn't require all these. And now to have those kids, just get away pregnant. That's the. We're talking about real work, like real. He already made it before he started doing that. We're talking about running a society. Running a society requires work. Do a web. Do. You guys don't. You guys just think to get things done is just to wish to figure out how to get it done. No, you figure out to get it done. It still require a lot of work, man. Brain work, sitting down,
yeah,
figuring things
but
out, drawing the plan, making sure managing a bunch of people. Like you have to have at least 10, 12 hours a day to really commit to that thing. And you don't have the black man. The reason why black man fail, because the black man way of life is we like too much pleasure. We want to have fun, want to enjoy life. That's why we tend to underachieve compared to other race of people. And I'm telling you because I interact with all race of people and I see that in our nature. I see that in our nature. I'm telling you.
you have to understand that how having a good country if you want your country to be better, it really has. Well, he has some part when it comes to politicians, but a lot has to do with individual. Because to be honest with you, having a structure and making sure you can manage a country is basically what's the job of the politicians. But when it comes to bringing idea to the table, making the country run the way it needs to, and when I say run the way it needs to, meaning like creating jobs, manufacturing company, technology, making sure your LK is good. That has to do with individual. Like
Yeah,
me,
that's
if
what
I
I'm
have
saying,
a
boy. It's everybody. The individuals are all part of the same society now.
right.
There's the leadership, the people, all of us, we are all same Nigerians now, the same black people now. That are just we have the same nature. Just as guys, those senators are sitting there, they're lazy. The same way you go to the parastators, you go to the ministries, you see the civil servant just sitting around. Everyone is lazy. It's just something about us. And why is everybody lazy? Because everybody got a culture, way of life that makes them lazy. Because you, an average Nigerian man, has at least 5 girlfriends, multiple wives. You understand? Like I'm telling you,
Are you saying white people doesn't they don't have white
no
five
average white
girlfriends?
man is not too womanizing like that. I'm telling you. Like I'm
That's
around these
not
people, man. I'm
that's
around these
not
people,
true. That's
dude,
not
dude.
true. They
Every man like,
womanize too.
dude. Every man chase women, but I'm telling you that the average white man does not have multiple wives, man.
Yeah, they don't have multiple wives, but they have a lot of girls. They
A
fornicate
lot
just
of
like
what?
we
No,
do.
no, no. Most of them,
They
no.
okay, well, hey, it's the same thing
Yeah, they
with
like to
black
do
people.
stupid
It's
freaky
not
things.
all
But
of
when
us.
no,
It's just some
Oriola,
people.
maybe you sound the way you talk. It sound like you live more in black communities. You're not really around white people like
No,
that.
I don't.
Chinese.
Actually, no,
You're
I
one of
don't.
those people.
If
Maybe you need to
I
spend time,
and I don't want
bro,
to show
bro.
you how I live, but
Dude,
no,
the
I
moment
don't.
you spend time around these white people, the first thing they'll tell you is you are lazy. They won't.
No, if you see me in real life, you'll be surprised that
Bro,
this
if you
guy.
go if you really go live around Japanese,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
even thought
yeah.
white people were hardworking. If you go live around Japanese, the way these people work, shit. Like I'm talking about real. The only time a black man wants to work hard is when maybe he's so desperate, or somebody's putting him to work, making him work. But once a black man is not desperate for that work, trust me, he will still work, but it's not gonna make that work a priority. He's gonna make that party, the socialization, more of priority than the work. That's the average black man for you. I'm telling you, your senators there, they make the fun they are going to have in Abuja there every weekend more of a priority than the work that needs to be done for the country. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but I feel like you're what's the word I'm looking for? Like you can't take everybody all together.
I'm
There
not
there
saying
might be
everybody. I'm saying
few.
an
Wait,
average
there
person,
might be few. There might
bro.
be
You will,
few.
Oriola. You will if you go among blacks, among Nigerians, you will find those people that are not like that. They are
Yes.
willing. Yeah, you will find them, but they're not as common,
Right,
right?
right.
Yeah, but among whites, you also find white men that are maybe useless and But it's we're talking about scale here. Like it's something more common among the people compared
Yeah,
to
but
others. That's
don't
what
you
I'm trying to say.
think we're more when it comes to us, we are more individual instead of doing things as a team. Like if I have idea, and if I care less if you jack my idea, like you steal my idea. But I still, if I'm able to bring at least 10 people together to go ahead for a struggle and make sure we see the end of that struggle, we will be good together. But
Oriola,
a lot of us were scared that if I bring up my
uh,
idea to this
that's
one.
not true. Everybody's like that. White man had his idea too. When it comes to that human nature, of idea or working together, we all the same. The thing is this: it's just that work ethic to get it done. Black people have too much socialization to do, and that stuff gets in their way. They say when blacks really performed best was when they were under captivity during slavery and things like that, because somebody is forcing them to really
Oh my
think.
god.
Yeah, so it's got to be under control for a black man to actually do, because his nature.
I don't agree.
A free black man, trust me, a free
No.
black man wants to enjoy his life, yeah, just have fun, have good time, than actually sacrificing for society. You go and tell Nedi Woku to sacrifice having 6 wives for the sake of changing
What
changing
do you have
society.
against
He will not do
this
that. He will
guy?
not divorce his 6 wife because he wants to, because they need him to go and do something that would solve Nigerian problem. He will not do that. He will tell you no.
Can I
Find someone else.
contribute?
He will not do that.
Mike,
I,
can I
I agree
contribute?
with that point that the elderly, people that are older, they are so scared to sacrifice themselves for the younger people, and that's when you look at the white people, they're willing to sacrifice themselves for the future generation. I think I agree with that point that we usually
The
older
young people.
people. Yeah, somebody is making
Can I contribute? Can you hear
yeah.
me?
Go ahead, talk.
Okay. Good morning. I've been listening to you quite for a while, but I think Mike, you cannot generalize that all black men have 5 or 6 wives and now 5 or
When did I say all black men have 5 or 6 wives?
no. I'm thinking about Nigeria and in context because you mentioned that we are very lazy or something like that. We like social activity more than putting in the work. You might be partially right. I might partially agree with you, but in totality, I did not really agree with you.
How much work are we doing that we are not advancing?
No. When you want to compare and contrast, you are comparing with a nation that has been built for more than 200 years.
Really?
And no.
How long have you been around?
No. You have to also look at it from modernity in terms
Remy,
of
that's not
literacy.
a good excuse, though.
The black man will give you all the excuse in the world why he's not advancing. They are facing the reality of what you are not doing. So you need to exist for how many years before you know that okay, this is what required for me to advance.
But the point you are also making about being our laziness, I don't totally agree with that. That people have 6 wives.
There's a degree of laziness. We are not as hardworking as in terms of advancement, to the commitment. There's level of hard work. There's level of hard
When
work.
you talk about commitment, I agree with you. But when it comes about
That's what I'm saying.
No, listen. When you talk
Hard
about
work to a level of commitment, sacrifice.
Really putting the work, I don't think an average white man is as hardworking as a black man.
No, bro.
But listen. When you talk about commitment, sacrifice, I give it to them. And
that's what I'm saying now. That's the level of work I'm saying. I'm saying overachieving.
Different from hard work, because a white man will look at something like this road I'm going to ply is not only for me, it's for the rest of the people or for generations yet unborn. Why don't I fix it? But an average black man, we will look at it from the Nigerian context. The first thing that will come to his head is, what am I going to gain from it? It's not what.
Let me ask you.
And that's the point I'm making now.
When you said hard work, what do you mean? Do you mean intellectual hard work or physical hard work?
Because maybe Mike should define it more because
okay.
All right. So let me say something. Okay. When it comes to physical hard work, yeah, black people we try. Like when it comes to anything that we have to use our body, but when it comes to using our brain, that I might agree slightly with Mike.
Yes.
Listen, for enhancement.
But Oriola, in terms of that context too, we should also look at it from the environment and the tools, the materials available for both black and white.
Wait, so I don't like excuses. That's excuses.
No, that is not
That's an excuse.
It's not a good excuse.
You know what? I put the blame on ourselves because we did not.
Yes, let's blame ourselves.
Yeah, exactly. Remy, here's the deal, man. Here's the deal.
Yeah. I put the blame on ourselves. Because our forefathers or our great grandfather were deceived. They allowed themselves to be deceived.
What has you being deceived got to do with
they were allowed
deceive out?
They
deceive you not to be hardworking, not to be committed to development.
Look at it this way. Somebody come to you and give you a mirror and then cut away your gold.
That's not true.
But what does that have to do with you not being committed to advancement today? What does that have to do with that?
These stories are false,
from different contexts. You cannot just look at it.
No, Remy, what has that got? Remy, what does that have to do with senators today? Instead of committing 12 hours a day solving country's problem, they are committing.
That is why I say
they are committing 23 hours a day with 6 wives and several girlfriends and things like that. What does mirror that your ancestors sold have to do with that?
But you that is also making an example. I don't want to go to your personal life, but you are hardworking, right? So to
I
me,
didn't say that. Leave me. Me too. I'm included. I'm included.
okay, okay.
me
But
and you.
me, I'm not included. I do not have
Yeah.
money. I don't have more than one.
Oh,
I'm
you're
not,
not included, right? So
I'm not
what have you
included at
done?
all.
What have you
Not included.
done for the progress of Black people? Tell us.
Exactly.
I've been contributing by yarning my mouth every day.
Exactly.
Okay.
Like two Niger, see one Jamaican man told me, say, man, you know what? Listen, don't waste your time, black man. The two things black man know how to do is talk
Oh,
and
okay. Let's go back. Let's go back to the
the F
topic.
word. You know those two things.
Let's go back to the topic, because initially when this thing started, I was following something, and I remember that the first person that Tinubu addressed or called to Aso Rock was Sultan of Sokoto. I was thinking, why does he have to meet this man?
He
Why,
called him or he showed up himself.
whatever what happened, at least Sultan Shofi was in Aso Rock and he had a meeting, a closed door meeting with him. That means the
He shut up
government.
himself. Oh, he didn't call him.
Okay. So that means automatically, probably the government also know the warehouse or their logistic base is in Sokoto State. So, well, the beauty of it at the end of the day is that we are collaborating with one of the superpower, and
You
if
honestly believe Nigerian government collaborated because you okay maybe this is what I think. I think the US when they want to make
Mike,
this,
if they collaborated in Sambisa Forest, they would have told them to go and
they
do
would have
it.
told them to go. That's what I was about to say.
when we say collaboration, it does not necessarily mean
Okay,
have to be
Remy, I think the only
have to be.
collaboration they did, the Nigerian government did, was when America was about to launch the strike, and I said, okay, we are going to launch the strike, and I said, okay, go ahead. That's the only collaboration. But
No, no,
I
no,
don't think the Nigerian
no.
government, when the Nigerian government say we give them intelligence, I
I
said,
watched
lie, it's a lie. Nigerian government, you don't give them
I
intelligence.
watched that a documentary in which the American forces came to Nigeria to come and rescue one America in the is it in the northeast or northwest? I've forgotten. And they have to also ask for Nigerian permission and also get some information or wherever before they came in. So when you say that the government will not know nothing about that, I don't think so. I think probably they might share some intelligence or information for American to strike
Yeah,
us.
I don't think the entire, like, when it comes to military system, or they know, it might just be an handful of people,
Mhm.
maybe the
Maybe
the
some few people,
secretary of
maybe
the
one or
state,
two this
and
time around.
yeah,
Not
I
like
think it was
before that
probably
somebody will
like
just
two or
drag
three
them out.
people knows.
Mhm.
That's what I think.
I think
They
that's
don't
what
let,
happened.
You know the level of work to to solve the kind of complex situation. You see, there are work where you want to figure out something you already have an idea. Now to figure out something that you don't know, it requires another level of work, right? So the Nigerian government is kind of like, which is typical of every average black man. When he see a problem that he doesn't have an idea, he realized that, oh, this one will require my brain work and extra work to figure it out, to even so first of all discover the idea, and now begin to discover a solution. That's when black man quit, and I think that's when
so are
Nigerian
you
No,
government.
saying
Oh
I
no,
DSS
don't
is
calm
not
down,
agree
doing
with you.
wait. The Nigerian government,
What we
when
are
they look at
talking
it, when
about
they
is
look at a problem, once they realize that this is
no,
so complex, it's kind of like when you put.
no.
It's
I
like when you
think
put. Hold
we
on
are
now, hold
wow?
on.
comparing situations.
And this will
When
summarize what I mean by hard work. Hold on, wait.
okay, I
It-
understand. But
let me learn before you understand. Now, just sort of. It's
okay,
like you're in high school, right? And algebra is what you are exposed to, right? You haven't discovered something called calculus, or even or even physics. All those subjects you haven't encountered it yet, right? Now, because you're exposed to calculus, right? And they put in calculus in front of you. Oh, you work hard in solving it. You work hard in solving it. Oh, it's hard working. Now they now put calculus in front of you. And physics. Now a very hardworking student will say, I have no clue anything about this. But he's going to now engage trying to figure out what it's all about, right? Now, a student that is not on that level of hard work will look at it and say, no. I don't want to look at this, But That's where I'm describing the difference between a black man and a white man. The Nigerian government and someone like American government. American government, all these Europeans, all these countries are solving problems. It's when they see something that they literally abstract, they are willing to put in the work to discover it and figure it and go deep and figure the unknown. But the Nigerian government, they're not willing to figure the unknown. They're just using the known. All
Can
they
I
want to
come
do is
in?
solve the things that they understand. That's what I
Can I
mean by
come
they are too
in?
lazy to try to engage the
Yeah.
abstract information that they have no clue.
To
They are
me,
too lazy.
I think what happened in Nigeria in terms of security is that there are too much politics, and some people, especially from that northwest, they thought or they think they have the lever that control Nigeria everything in politics, everything think so, and they have a game plan, and this game plan have been rooted out now by America. That is the way I say it. Because once they know your base and they know that the headquarter of the people of the place that committing all this atrocity is Sokoto at the headquarters as the base. That means where are you going to run to? If they can know your headquarter, what other cell would they not know in your country? That's it. It's as simple as ABC. And unfortunately for them, it's not a good omen for them.
So
Unfortunately,
are you saying Sokoto is the only headquarter? Because I think towards when you leave Niger
Well, the
areas,
US will make us know more
no, I'm
later.
talking about
yeah.
Nigeria. I'm not talking about in Nigeria. I think Sokoto should be. I think for them to go and bomb that place, I think is their headquarters, and
Yeah, I
nobody will
believe
even
that
think
is a
about it.
powerhouse.
Yeah, it's the powerhouse, and once they know your powerhouse, where will you run to again?
Yeah,
And
they're even scared because
so
none of them have spoken yet. Like you didn't hear their top people, even the
they
minister of
cannot speak
state.
anymore because they already know all the information already.
If they speak anyhow, then go code their voice now and
Yes,
put them for
yes,
satellite.
now,
So
yes,
if
now,
they hear
and
their voice for
they are not
Dubai,
safe
they pick
anywhere in
them
the world.
anyway.
So that means sometimes, well, I'm happy for Nigeria one way or the other because at the end of the day, everybody now know that these people are also they are the sponsor of terrorism. They are also
But I don't think
protecting.
they're done yet. I don't. I
They are not
think
done yet.
on the
They are not.
coming days there's going to
as
be
as
another one.
as I they speak to you, they still they conduct the ISR they go.
In
You
fact, they
understand?
even
Still
I
to
was
go.
surprised that they
Now,
even it's a state also. Is it Ekiti or whatever? I think
No
America
Quara.
Quara.
said
Oh, are
Kwara.
they carrying terror attack again today?
No.
No
That day it
No
was two.
surveillance. They are still doing that.
Yeah, it
The
was two. One in
ISR thing.
Sokoto.
You
Oh, they are
understand?
flying. Even the US, they are doing surveillance.
Yeah. That's
Yeah, they
the
continue. They
streamliner.
continue
You
to do
know,
the surveillance.
the Gulfliner.
They
You
continue.
understand? They are doing they call it intelligence surveillance and reconnaissance. So they are still doing that.
Yeah, at least that
So
will boost fear in the mind of those.
So Mike,
yeah,
Mike,
they
you
went
are
to
right in that
Sambisa Forest,
analysis.
they went to
But
Mandara.
those
I think as they are going to that place now, you understand, it won't be a surprise to me if now should stay the next bomb land. People could just say,
you also have to sell in Oshun. Okay, okay. It's quite interesting to be
you
frank.
know, I've learned something from America from this, you understand. Don't allow the enemies, you understand. You know, as they were saying all this, okay, you know, they are monitoring this thing online too now. They say, okay, after all, they are not coming for us, they are mapping different
But,
area,
but,
you
but,
understand. What
but,
they say,
but Ola, a
uh-huh.
quick question. Why are these people tormenting the rest of Nigeria unnecessarily?
They're the
Should I
leaders
ask you a
now.
question? No, should I ask you a question? Why did the United Kingdom come to Nigeria to colonize Nigeria? Why did the
Thank you.
Because we are
European go?
dummies now. We are dummies.
No, why did they capture Canada and America?
What trial? In fact, they just
See
even India.
that book. See that book is what they still want to play. You will be surprised that all these ragtag people that are doing all these bandits, they are just foot soldiers.
Yes, of
When
course
they are
I know.
done, their boss, the people that are using them, will just take over.
I
So
told you. That's why I was saying that they have agenda. They have
Yeah,
a
they
they,
do.
goal.
they-
They
so
do,
you know,
and
so
I
their
personally don't
agenda.
believe. I personally don't believe the idea that they are out to come and convert the overrun the south and convert everybody to That's like a mission impossible. But what I do think is they want to kick other ideology away from their territory in the north. They don't want
no,
Christianity to spread in the north. That's what I
no,
believe.
Mike. I think they are
No,
But I don't
using
think their agenda is to come and turn Port Harcourt
no,
to
Mike.
to
I think they are
Islamist
using
states or
this.
something.
I think they are using this to still be relevant and control whoever be in power in Nigeria. They still want that power to remain there. So even if the fire is the president from the south, they still want to be controlling the president, telling him what to do, how he must do it.
Could they
So
ban it?
no, they are using this terrorism to do that. I don't know.
I don't believe so. So when Buhari was president, hold on. Now when Buhari was president, I mean, why would they need terrorism to tell him to control him?
Okay, you can ask yourself a question. Why is Buhari protecting the others, the Fulani
The
others? Why is he protecting them? When they go from north to south, destroying all the property, farmland, and the rest, what did he do? He didn't do
You have to
nothing.
separate a cowboy from the jihadists now.
I'm not
It's two
separating
different
them.
issues now.
All of them are together. They
No,
can be.
wait.
Oh,
With Buhari situation, if those cowboys they are from his ethnic group and people are complaining about they are not all the same. They are not all the same camp. No. We have to start using our head.
the way I look at
A cowboy that's moving his cow and his cow is messing on someone's farm.
but that time
That's different from the ones that carry out jihadists. It's two different things now.
No, you don't understand.
They may end up being from the same region, the same even same ethnicity or whatever. But you can't mix it together. That's where we make mistakes.
Mike, the way I see it is like a conglomerate of companies, and then we have the holding company, and the holding company have a lot of subsidiary. The holding company now we can see now is from Sokoto. The subsidiary can be in any form. Farmers, others, jihadists, terrorism, banditry can be under all of them. So that is the way I see it. They have a sense.
No. Let's stop making mistakes or just mixing everything.
No, I'm not making
It's kind of like, and we make that mistake or just in the South, for example, we can mix. What is it? We have elements of different problems. We can't just jam everything and say they are all one.
I'm not jamming it. I'm trying to tell you something you do not really understand. Maybe if you calm down and understand me. I'm trying to tell you that they have a head office, and that head office have a lot of offices or branches, and they know how to control them. They use them to get to their desired objective.
So part of their using them is to tell that guy that's pushing his cow that, hey, go and enter the farm.
You don't understand it. It does not mean to be. We call them full soldier. This one is part of it. These are the jihadists. We control them. These are the others people. We control them.
That's what I'm asking you. So they are ordering the one that's pushing cow that you go and take his cow into someone's farm to hit their crops.
No, okay. What happened during Buhari 8 years when they go to people's farm with their AK-47?
Yeah, we can say Buhari was being ethnic. Whatever. It's kind of hold on. And one thing we do in Nigeria, our leaders is we always want to be biased towards our tribe and things like that. It's kind of like if some Yorubas are kind of like trampling on maybe misbehaving somewhere, and then you start telling Yoruba leader to condemn his Yoruba people. It's to kind of be easy on. You won't want to start something. You understand? It's the same thing.
No.
To condemn them. Even though he doesn't agree with what Hypop is doing, like he's still gonna. So that's what Buhari was doing. It's not different from the rest of us. That's what we all do. We struggle to condemn our ethnic group. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. But that has nothing to do with them controlling him. You understand?
In the South, our leadership is quite different, and the way we live in a community is quite different from Northwest. Yeah, from Northwest or Northeast. Let me give you an example. In the community in the Southwest, they will never protect you as a terrorist, killing their own people. They will speak up immediately. They will point a Christian figure to your family.
Hold on. If the Southwest leader were behind those terror things, they will protect them now. Listen. If the Gumi and all those northern what do you call them, imam, whatever, if they are against those things, if it's something they're against, they won't protect them now. So the reason,
I think you are getting this wrong.
the logic you're trying to present is that we won't protect somebody that's doing bad in our space. It's because we are not with the ideology. That's why. But if we were with the for example, when Sunday when Sunday Igboho was trying to do Yoruba Nation thing, right? Even though he was doing it wait. Even though the way he was going about it, kind of causing nuisance to the government, because some of our kings kind of agree with the idea. They were kind of protecting him now. But if he was doing something they don't agree with, they will call him. They were kind of they were protecting him now. Were they not the one that went to meet the government to beg to pardon him?
Mike, that thing you said was a vital point. Do you
Exactly.
understand?
It's when they support the ideology that they will not call you out.
You are saying what I said in a different way. I quoted Buhari several times here. He said, Major General Muhammad Buhari retired, to his blessed memory. He said, anybody living with Boko Haram is Boko Haram.
Mm-hmm.
You see those northern elders, the emirs, their whatever, their elite, if they are unanimously against this thing, it can never stand.
Mm-hmm.
There is absolutely no way they will unanimously disagree with this ragtag, headless, poo-smelling idiots, and they will be running around their state. But on the contrary, they are actually the people sponsoring it. That's why I say, if I have an action to give to the Northerners, it's desert. Honestly, sincerely speaking, I told you people here this morning that there is no way you will put a seed in a land that is not fertile, that doesn't have enough or nutrients to germinate that seed, and that seed will germinate, let alone bearing fruit. So that is what happened when it comes to things like that. The time the Yoruba people started speaking against that Sunday Igboho, he disappeared. And that was how the thing died. There is no way any woman on earth will tell me if the whole northern elite, their emirs, the imams come unanimously and say, stop this running around our town. What is all this nonsense? And it will still continue. It can never happen. So whosoever is living with the Boko Haram is Boko Haram.
So, Mike, what I'm trying to say is that they use religion to work them and control them. But in the southern part of Nigeria, especially in the southwest, you cannot use that kind of religion to put people under that kind of control. That's what I'm trying to say. So, like
because you don't believe in the you don't believe in the religion.
So that is what I'm trying to say. So it cannot germinate, like Madam Mia said. It cannot germinate in the south like that. But because of religion, and a lot of people are not literate enough to even see to know for their left from the right, so they control them anyhow. And that means she's right. If you are supporting these people for more than 15 years of insurgency in your area, and they continue to buy your people every day, destroy people, that means you are totally in support. And now they know your headquarters now. So what are you going to do?
To me, I think it's more of they are tolerating it because the religion. But I don't think it's entirety of it is more of we support, we joining. But it's more like we are tolerating. It's kind of like okay. So someone told me that they can actually open a page, a book, a page in the Quran that will tell a Muslim that if another Muslim is carrying out jihad, you shouldn't get in his way. You understand what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? So does it mean now the book said don't get in his way, but even though you may not want to be part of it, But the book already tells you not to get in his way. So what I'm saying is,
No, Mike.
no,
You
I'm
don't
telling you,
understand the situation. There is nothing wrong in pushing an ideology. You see, the problem in the north that is spreading around Nigeria is much more than discussion we are having.
yeah, it's more.
You
We
are
don't know it
pushing
all.
an
There's no way.
agenda. You are pushing an agenda. You are pushing a propaganda. It's a different thing. You want to push an ideology. That is a different thing. But when the ideology you are pushing is spying everything and anything, it's no longer an ideology. You are buying an anything and anything. It is like,
Do you know? Do you know?
do you know any military man in Nigeria that you can watch the video of these boys in oppression?
Do you know the one of the number one reason why the Quran say jihad is necessary? Do you know one of the number one reason is when it's a threat?
Will you jihad on
Oh,
yourself?
hold on, wait now, wait.
No, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Jihad, is it not outside? Are you going to jihad yourself?
You are
Come on
not.
now, what is happening in the north is
You are not.
jihading
I'm not making you
yourself.
understand the psychology, and that's the problem with Nigeria. We need to study the psychology of the people before we can really even know how to deal with them or deal with their problems. You understand? Or to even understand what the heck we're looking at, because we're just going to be confused a lot. And I'm trying to explain it to you that in that north, the reason why a lot of even the imams and people like Gumi is almost sounding like he's just tolerating these guys and he's just staying out of their way, or even kind of like, you know, uh, you know, it's because this religion can really twist people's head. I'm telling you that one of the grounds for jihad is when it's a threat to Islam. You understand, right? So
See,
now, wait. Let me learn. So now you have Muslims book telling you that okay, if there's a threat to Islam, somebody that's a Muslim cannot jihad because of a threat to Islam. You, a fellow Muslim, should not get in his way. Hold on, I'm coming, I'm going somewhere. Should not get in his way. So now, these guys that are doing this Islamic jihad, right? And they're claiming that they're doing it because there's a threat to Islam. And then their fellow Muslims that are there are staying out of their way. You get what I'm saying? So he tells
Mike,
you that.
Mike, did you do Islamic religion in school?
No, I didn't. I
Okay,
just did
that's why
my
you are saying what you're saying. Let me tell you. Why I'm saying what I am saying is that number one, you don't jihad yourself because that is what is going on. Secondly, those boys, those poo smelling idiots that look like madmen that run around Nigeria doing anything and anything, having a free ride. Most of the things they are doing is actually sacrilegious in Quran. I can call some of them. What they do in that their action, most of the things they do is actually a taboo in Quran. So you cannot tell me that they are pushing your religious agenda
I
and
agree
are
with you.
doing that thing and you are still supporting. It's deeper than
Madam
this
Zita,
discussion we are having.
let me tell you the irony of this book, this Quran and Bible. Literally, this book, they literally can contradict themselves. Like a lot of stuff they say in this book. In one page, I can usually open one page to justify something and go to another page and to uh, uh,
Mike, I just told you that
and so I'm telling you, like these books, these religious books, they're
no.
so contradictory.
Quran is not like your Bible.
I'm
It's not
telling
like
you,
that.
they are so contradictory that even the people got confused. You will see one. I'm telling you, even you will see one Muslim quoting, convincing you that it's illegal to kill another Muslim. You will see another person quote somewhere else that will tell you why he can do it. The same thing with the Bible. On one page they will say one thing, this is, and another page will say something contrary to that one. That's why people use it to brainwash people. You can usually use this book to convince someone to do something crazy. I'm telling you. That's why you have to get. They will use anything, just a page, and that they use it to convince you that this is
Let me
what
tell
God said.
you, Mark, there are things those idiots are doing that normally, you try it at a Muslim, you be set ablaze. It's
These
not,
books are so
it's,
contradictory
listen, there is
that these
nothing
religions we
like,
have
listen, there is nothing like
denominations.
looking for another verse to counter it. So if no, why I'm saying this is that you are trying to peg it only to religion. I see beyond that religion. It's a convolution or conglomeration of things that is happening in Nigeria. Thank God we have gotten help. Because you cannot tell me that churches, elders, kings, emirs in a city will watch children being taken away in school, never return, which include children of their subjects. And those their subjects are wailing, crying. And you tell me that if
You
they
know,
come, hold on, let me finish. Don't make a joke of it. It's
no,
a
I'm not.
serious matter. And you are telling me that if all the imams, all the emirs, all the elites, all the governors in the north stand up and say, what is going on? Why our subjects and our citizens being paid anyhow and anyhow? What's all this reckless behavior? We can't tolerate it. You are telling me that it will still stand. Are you kidding me? Are you really telling me
That's
that
what
it
I
will
mentioned
stand?
earlier. That we do, one thing we're doing is the problem is not. The thing is just like what's his name? Let me say both the cowboy, header, the kidnapper, the Boko Haram, the other ones say they are all together, and I'm like, no, we got to learn to separate them too. Separate them. We don't know if they're actually met together, and get a devolution of duty to each of them. I think maybe it may be different group of problems. It may be that the ones that are kidnapping are separate from the one that are carrying out the jihadists. It could be that and separate from the one that's walking into farms. So we can't just jam it. Kind of like in the south, we have different form of criminality. So there's some that, hey, maybe some community that are behind that kind of crime, another different kind of crime. It may be just lone or a group, or you have, with someone from the north cannot look down and say, oh, both the cultists and the Yahoo Yahoo and the arm robber, they are all the same camp of, it may be different, different, separate problems, separate issues. Sometimes we have to look at that. That's why I always say, let's try to separate the issues because it will be confusing if we just think they're all the same issue. You understand? Because it won't make sense. The ones that are carrying those children, if we say they are the same as the one that are carrying out the Islamic jihadists, then we are confusing ourselves because now it won't make any sense that the northern leader will be supporting that. It may be that they are supporting the jihadists, but they are not supporting the one that are kidnapping kids. We don't know. So that's why we have to learn to separate these issues.
Mike, Mike, try
Don't
to
tell you
understand.
finish, oh.
No, Mike, what I'm trying to say is that these people, they have an agenda. And if you have an agenda and you allow all sorts of criminality in your region only on the way to hold on to power politically or control the other region of Nigeria in terms of power, in terms of election and the rest, they can do anything. And I tell you, these people, they can do anything that as well as farmers, others classes, banditry and terrorism, all of them, you can fuse them to one and then segregate them at the lower end.
I mean, this
Why
your
not?
idea of power is the reason why they're doing this. I'm sorry, it really is not making a lot of sense. If what they are doing is,
That is the major
the only way that would make sense to me is if they are coming to the south to attack, if they are carrying jihad against us in the south to force us to put them in power, that
Are
would
they
make
not
sense.
bringing it to the south? Are
But
they not bringing
why? But they're doing most of it to themselves now. Why would they be killing
no,
themselves
are
because
they
they
not
want?
bringing
Hold on, wait. Let me make this make sense to me. I want you to give me something, and I'm killing my own relative. That doesn't make no sense now. Why would they be jihading themselves in the north because they want you in the south to giving them
look
power?
at
How does that convince it? How does that
look
convince a
look
southerner
at
to
it
vote
this
for
way.
them?
look at it this way.
I mean, the way they get power is through vote. Why does that convince you to give them power?
Look at it this way. I will start from North Central. The North Central are having communal clash among themselves for a long time. But why is it now that they are now introducing banditry and terrorism to that place in the name of land grabbing and the rest? Kwara State is known to be very peaceful. Why are they coming there now?
Well, you are saying that they don't need to get power from us.
Yeah, no, that's
political power.
When you
how does that convince us to give them power?
Oh, okay, it's very easy. When you continue to do something like that, and you continue to foster any form of criminality, then you are discrediting the government in power. And when you when you do that in the next election,
and then the Southerner will now vote for the Northerner.
They will. Why not?
So you now, okay. So because they discredit Tinubu's government, you now say, okay, I'll go and vote for Fulani next time. You do better.
You should remember one thing. When this thing is very paramount in all over the region of Nigeria, and then the three northern regions bond together, that is 19 states, and they pick some leaders in the south. What do you expect? They will vote. They will vote your guy out.
I also asked you earlier. So if it's because they want to discredit the southern guy for the northern to get power, so why was he continuing during Buhari time then?
Well, it's another way to also land grabbing, because
no. Focus on power. Leave land grabbing. You're saying
is it not part of it? When you grab the land, you push your people there, and when you push your people there, in the next 10 years, the demography of that place would have changed, because they will
calm down. You're mixing. No. You're saying they want power from the southern guy that's there. And I ask you, I say, when they do it, terrorism, discredit him so that way he can be voted out for the northern guy to come into power. And then I'm telling you that when Buhari was there, he's a northern guy, he's in power now. So were they discrediting him for him to leave for another northern guy to come in? What is the point?
The southern leaders are not playing the same game they are playing.
What do you mean?
That is why Buhari was able to win second time. Because they were not playing the game, they are playing their own game.
We're not bombing and carrying terrorism.
We are not going to too much. Okay, for example, let's say the southern part majority are Christian, and then we're also using the Christianity to also terrorize the people, our people, because we are more. I can say, to be frank, we are more exposed than them.
You're not listening to my. you made a point. You keep saying I'm not buying that power thing. That they want power. That's why they are doing terrorism. I don't buy that power thing. That to me, I just think it's about getting their religion. That's what to me. That's what I think. But I don't think it's because they want power from you. That's why they are terrorizing themselves in the north, because they want power for Yoruba man. They're terrorizing themselves.
But the issue here is this: if they are buying themselves in the northwest and northeast, and it's not coming down to the south, I mean banditry and the rest, kidnapping or whatever you call it. I know that our people also kidnap. I'm not exonerating our people also, but disturbing our peace in the south, they just remain in their home area and do whatever they want to do. Nobody will shout blah blah blah. But when it continues to disturb the peace of other regions they will not be happy. What is the agenda behind it? Why take?
Well, you're telling me that the agenda is because they want political power.
Yes, so that's why I tell you they want it and they want to control it. They want to control.
So how does that help them get that power? How does
it helps them? I will give you an example of Jonathan. Jonathan was a dummy head, fine, because he did not rule very well, apart from whatever. But he allowed that terrorism or whatever they are doing that time to fester. He did not curb it in time, and unfortunately, all things are against him. So they want to use the same playbook against this current president.
Hold on. So they wanted power from Jonathan. That's why they brought the terrorism there.
Yes, it's part of it. Is it not?
Okay, so then they got the power. Hold on. Then they got the power and they continue.
No, listen carefully. When they got the power, they have other agenda. And what they do is that the way they used to roam their cattle all over the countries have developed. And so many places there's not enough grass.
Just leave cattle, man. We're talking about the terrorism, the Boko Haram. Boko Haram is different from the cattle. Forget the cattle part. Wait. Listen. Leave cattle parts. When Jonathan was there, you're telling me that they launched that Boko Haram so they can get power from him, right? And they got power from him. Why did they still continue the Boko Haram?
What? Because there's still more game to be played. Maybe they also want to use it to control Buhari as the president. Who knows?
God, Lord have mercy.
Yeah, it's true. You are taking it as in a simplistic manner. It does not mean that if their son is their leader, then they should just fold their hands. They must also use something to control in one way or the other.
So bombing themselves is a way to control their son.
So that's why we said that their elite is using their religion to control their majority of their people over there, and to also continue to perpetrate the evil they are doing and to keep them in power. Because the Fulanis in population are no more than their.
At the end of the day, the power will rotate, whether you want to keep it or not. They will still do start and not.
You don't get the
point. Okay, so why were they now? Okay, so if it's about the one power, so why were they now giving support to when it was the turn of the South? It was not then that gave support to Tinubu to enter. Why didn't they? If the power that they want so much, why didn't they now vote Atiku?
Listen carefully. When it comes to the South, they also control who is going to be that person that will listen.
Are you not? Oh Lord! Are you saying Tinubu is doing control?
Can you calm down and calm down first? Calm down. When it comes to the power, they voted for Tinubu more than even the Southwest in terms of total vote. They also voted for him in the North. They thought that voting him there, it will continue like before and probably get whatever they want. And what are the instruments they are going to use if he does not listen to them? So that's what they are doing. It's a simple, just continue the insecurity. And every Nigeria started shouting, Tinubu is a bad man, blah, 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 like that. And when election comes, they will vote him out. It's as simple as APC. Don't you think
the reason why the Americans are able to solve problems is because they were not thinking the way you are thinking, man. Trust me.
Okay. We're not talking about America. We are talking about why that insecurity continues for a long time, like this, unabated. Because they are buying their people. Why are they not stopping it? What is behind it? There must be something that is propelling them to continue to do this terrible act every now and then. You have to look at it from that angle first. Why are they continuing to do it? Why shouldn't they stop it?
We go and investigate, man.
So Mike, what you think is that the reason why they are continuing to do it is because of they just want to keep their religion, keep their people. They don't want any inferences.
But I don't know, but that make better sense than telling me that.
You don't know, and I'm telling you that.
It make better sense than tell me that they because they want political power. They just be bombing their own mosque and I'm sorry. I don't buy it.
Buying themselves for nothing.
The same people that are believing in power rotating. I mean, come on, I beg. Okay. Let's leave that one, man.
Well, maybe time will tell. But I'm damn too sure that they have a game plan and they have stick to it. But unfortunately for them, they don't know it will come to this level. That another superpower will now started, geomapping Nigeria.
To me, I've lived in the North before. To me, what makes sense to me, because I mean, even in the 90s, I remember when a lot of the Northerners, one thing I noticed was them in that North is guys, man, they take it very seriously. Like, they take it very seriously. Like, even I remember in the 90s when I were there, where we used to in Lagos, we were doing hip hop, Tupac, all those Snoop Dogg thing. When I went to the North, the moment I started trying to do those things, those Northerners will tell you, don't, anything Western, all those kind of things. They didn't like it. And then I remember, let me laugh. Mombo, I'm coming. And then I also remember the pastors back then in the South. Because during that time, 90s was when especially when they moved the capital to Abuja, and a lot of Southerners were flooding to that area, and then people were migrating to the North. And then the pastors from Lagos usually go there to do crusade. They will in their own big field, and then they will invite people. And then I remember the attitude of the Northerners back there. Those malam, those head of the they call them the mullahs or the imams. They didn't like it. They didn't like it. Their attitude, their body language, I could tell. So when these whole things start happening, instinctively it tells me that the Christianity is beginning to grow in their midst, and they just don't want it. So they just doing that stuff just to push it away. The westernization, the Christianity coming to them. Because this guy, don't forget, Northern Nigeria was a caliphate. the jihad, they came there to turn into Islamic
So you
territory.
have
The amalgamation brought us together, and then now we're mixing.
what you just said. You make a very good point. The point you make is that they don't want Christianity to continue to
It's
fester.
not just Christianity, it's just westernization.
They have to
Even
stop
Boko Haram, what is the meaning? Is it not book
Okay.
against Western education?
Western education and
So what does that have to do with politics power?
So what should that not lead to them buying their own people?
Well, bros, that one is a mystery to me, man. Maybe there's some of their people, they see them as
So that is why you
complicit.
have to look outside the box.
You have to also understand that they have some liberalized people among them, and also we're mixing criminality with
people among them. They cannot be up to 2%. I'm telling you. When I talk about the North, I don't normally mix the North Central with them. I just talk about Northeast and Northwest. Because to me, in the North Central, to me, they are liberalized, but at the end of the day, they still have some core Muslims there. But
North Central, liberalized?
Deeply idealize, the way they look at it from the Northwest and Northeast. What I'm trying to tell you is very simple. They too, they want the Christian dominion, coming to their domain. They want to stop it. Fine. Now, you stop it or you rather stop it. Why are you not buying your people? You are buying both Muslim, Christian, and non-traditional or non-faith. You are buying everybody. Why? For God's sake. And you have been buying them for more than 15, 17 years.
But that part is what's mystery to everybody.
And I'm telling you, it's because of power. And you do not believe it.
That power thing. So Abubakar Sheka wanted power, Abi.
Okay. You don't
Abubakar Sheka wants to be president of Nigeria.
Nigerian contest, they already believe that they are born to rule, and they are the one that will do
that stuff now. You see that born to rule thing now, with our papa and uncle they tell us. It's not true. It's just you are just regurgitating, you are repeating something they say. And that's the problem many of us. We just say things someone is telling us.
Look at the last election. They are the one that determined the winner of that election.
What do you mean they are the one that determined? There's no region determining anything.
I will tell you why they determined the winner of that election. Look at it this angle.
Was it not part of that determining the winning of Buhari?
Look at it this way. You calm down. The Southeast, more than 95% of the people there, they voted for their son, which is Obi. In Southwest, more than 65% of the people there, they voted for Tinubu. The reason why I use 5% because Obi won and Atiku also won. But when you go to the North, they make sure that they voted for their son too, which is Atiku. But they make it more competitive. When you see the result of Atiku and Tinubu, it's as nearly as par, especially in the Northwest.
So they had a meeting, they plan to do it that way, Abi.
So they know what they are doing. So they are more sophisticated.
This guy, the way you talk, as if they had a meeting. Wait now.
Let me finish. I like to talk. Let me finish. I'm talking about the last election. I'm bringing out facts for you. They are the one that determined the winner of that election. Now, let's look at Obi's result in the entire Northwest and Northeast. His total vote is nothing. And when you look at Tinubu and Atiku election result, you will see that Tinubu was very, very competitive in the Northwest. And in the Northeast, he only won one state. The rest state that he lost is also competitive. That means they know what they are doing.
You have to use your logic.
Listen. This is my final thing. At the end of the day, the result in that 7%, the result in that 13th state is the one that determined the winner of that election.
Remy, if you want to use your logic to determine who's believing in born to rule, if you want to say how they vote is what determines, what shows who believe in born to rule, then we have to say is we in the South that have the mentality of born to rule, because we are the one that generally vote for our guy. In the North, they vote. You can't. In the North, they split. If you want to, let me just say this: if you want to tell me that they had a meeting to say, okay, you vote for Obi, you vote for Atiku, you vote for that's not possible. They all not came together to decide that you vote this way, you vote. Their vote is mixed. So the way they voted is very obvious. If these were people they were, I'm sorry, if these were people they have born to rule, then they will have all voted for the Northerner. So that also suggests that he's born to rule rubbish, man.
Mike,
Mike.
hold on.
If you want to use another excuse, another reason, that will make better
Mike,
sense. But don't use the
Mike,
voting the way they
there
vote
was
as a way to convince me that they
Mike,
say they are born to
Hello.
lose.
Mike, there was a
See.
time when we sharing to a new plate number that is it Niger State or thereabout that put it on as a slogan, born to rule. It was a serious thing in Nigeria at that time.
So one individual said something. If we begin to take the rhetoric of making some people in the south,
Niger State, anybody.
Okay, somebody said it. So what?
No, I said
Mike.
you know what it means that
Mike.
you put in your plane number.
Okay, one individual said something, so the whole north
It's
said.
not one individual now, it's the state. That's the
the whole
motto.
states were saying it.
The motto.
Plate number,
the motto of their plate
what
number.
we like to do. Okay, what?
No, Mike.
Somebody is playing politics saying something. I think I should go and live in the north and know these people instead of
hold on, Mike.
All these my papa say, my uncle say.
Hold on, Mike. Now, when you got this number from Lagos, you say state of excellence. And this guy, when you get the plate, they say born to rule. That's what is on the plate number.
Yeah, on his plate number. Okay.
Yes.
Mike,
okay, so that means what? That's what you used to convince me that the entire North believe they are born to rule.
Wait, Mike. You see how long you and Remy has been trying to digest the situation. It is not the elite. It's something in the Quran. It is not the Quran. It's something of agenda. It is not agenda. You people have been running around. You see, that's why I said, I know some people will abuse the hell out of me. Cost me, said. You see, this assessment you people have been making, that was what caused Odi.
That's what caused what?
Odi massacre.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at the elders, you can't hold the elders. You look at the villagers, you can't hold the villagers. You look at the governor, you cannot hold the governor. There are excuses around excuses why you, as the president or commander-in-chief, cannot handle such a massive security situation. What you do at that point is to bury it. And this thing analysis you people are making now, that's actually what caused Hiroshima. You agree, you no agree, you do agree, you stop, you no stop, do this, you try to talk to these people, it's them, you try to do, it might be these people, it might be this place. The whole thing is getting worse and worse. You hammer them. Because the situation in the north, from all you people are saying, you see, the thing is that for somebody like me that came from the east and the iPod affected me, when I talk about security, I talk about it with deep concern. And I know some people in the north that don't like what is going on in there. Say most of them have fled. They're not living in that area. I'm telling you, I can pharmatically say that. Some of them moved into Niger. Some moved into Cameroon. They fled. So when
do you
have a security...
Do you guys even know that the percentage of places where these things is happening is not up to 10%?
It's not
of the territory of the north.
No, you cannot say that. These people are having a free ride in Nigeria. That's the right word. They come at will. Okay, I don't know how you people feel that a high-ranking military officer was fired shamelessly in your country by poor, smelling, ragtag looking idiots who, if you bring 10 of them, 20 of them together, number one, the intellect, the class of the man they died, 20 of them no Richard. But because Nigerians are people who sweep things into the carpet, it doesn't mean anything to us. You are in a country that is a military man will send boys to go and go for a mission, and those boys were waylaid and massacred. It didn't mean anything to you. to anybody in Nigeria.
Why?
Because we have a way of sweeping things and laughing it over.
Honestly.
And when I look at those things, I begin to say, the other day I said here, and somebody was querying me, said, I should call the military man's name, I should give us his number. How dare I say that thing? Most times when I discuss security, I come from the military angle. Missions are not being discussed on table. It's not a round table discussion.
Let me say one statement real quick about, let me say this. If you are a general on the and you get defeated by low IQ bandits on the battlefield, you're not worthy of being a general. That means I lost respect with the Nigerian military when that happened. Like a general was defeated on the battlefield by bandits. Maybe they need to examine their warfare tactic, or they just need to change their manual.
But you have to look at the context.
You are a soldier, and you got
so instead of is trying to tell you, they have been compromised.
Exactly. So the Nigerian military.
That means there's something wrong with our military.
Exactly. So that's where the finger should go. Really. That means you're being outsmarted by
Mike. You don't point fingers. It's the pointing fingers and discussing it that custody. I must continue saying it. Hate me, like me. Obasanjo could no longer take it. His military said, I remember his words vividly. He asked a simple question. Are you telling me that these idiots fight 50 of my own, because he is a foot soldier now? He said, my own, what do they call it in the military? That's his own type of military. Are you telling him that these idiots that are not trained has the effrontery to buy over 50 of them? They said, yes, sir. He said, no problem. Everybody withdraw. They said, he said,
let me say this.
Out from, let me finish, okay, please. Don't make a joke of it. Because most of you don't know the story of Odi. That was why I said, if I have an action to give to the Northerners, is to turn that place to a desert. Obasanjo commanded anything called police, anything called military personnel to pull out from that area. The moment he made that command, the boys came out in the street, in the whole of Port Harcourt Warri Express Road. They were celebrating, they blocked the whole place that they have won Nigeria. They didn't know what was coming for them. It was King Erebrubu. King Erebrubu is a retired general, later became a king of the kingdom. I've forgotten the name of that kingdom in Bayelsa State. That was where they said Obasanjo, almost how many kilometers away from Odi. The thing came. The boys didn't know where the thing was coming from. So when you sit down as a military personnel, as a head of state, and you call your security agent and they begin to discuss your security the way we have been discussing it in this platform for almost 4 hours now. You talk go like this, it's not working. You talk go like this, it is this. You have every excuses and every reasons why that madness is still continuing. If you are the chief of staff, if you are the, what do they call them again? If you are the president, what would you do? You let it continue
you
happening.
Keep comparing OD with this.
I'm asking you a question.
OD is just one location, which is a village. Anybody can go there and go and level a village. This thing we have in the north, it's not like they're in one location like OD. This like people they don't have a location.
That's why
the people you are dealing with. So you can't keep comparing OD with this thing we have going on.
Okay, OD
is a village of people, one location. When they are all there, you can easily just go there and wipe people out.
Okay.
This one, they are not in one location. It's not like these bandits are in one village.
I said wipe the whole place up.
Which whole place?
Wrong in wiping the whole place up?
Do you have the weapons to wipe the whole north?
Of course, if you don't have, you borrow.
We have nuclear bombs.
Wrong in borrowing?
The only weapon who will borrow you nuclear bomb?
Eh? They're
Who will
ready
borrow
to
you
give
nuclear
you.
bomb?
After all, when Israel went for his own fight, he asked, requested, they came.
Gaza, what's the size of Gaza compared to the size of the northern Nigeria?
No. Hold on.
Even as small as Gaza is,
Hold
Israel is
on. It
still
wasn't
not
in
able to
Gaza.
wipe it
It
all
was
out.
in Iran.
Hmm?
Israel called for help for Iran. They bring their Gogore and landed it there. If
Who?
Tinubu called, they will bring their Gogore.
You said to level the whole north. You know how big the northern
Yes,
Nigeria is?
turn it to a desert.
Which
What is wrong in
weapon?
that?
Which weapon?
What is actually wrong in doing that? I'm asking
I'm
you
not saying anything
people.
is wrong. I'm just asking you the feasibility of doing that. Which weapon are you going to use to wipe the whole north? Do we have it?
Forget about the weapon. I'm asking you.
Okay, what are you going to use if it's not weapon?
Do you see it? Which one did Tinubu Obasanjo use in Odi?
Odi is a small village. All you need is five machine guns to wipe out the whole Odi. Can you use 5 machine guns to wipe out the whole northern
Are
Nigeria?
you going to do it in a day?
You don't even have enough ammunition to wipe out. You don't even have enough man to wipe out the whole north.
What is your problem with the ammunition? Forget the ammunition.
Madam Zita, you don't have the means to wipe out 100
is for
million
you to
northerners.
agree that the place will be wiped up. It will be wiped up.
With what?
Period.
Okay, yeah, I don't know, man. You are Remy. You people just have this.
No.
The whole place are blessed.
Your idea is like you guys present ideas that's not. Like just, I don't even understand. You say wipe all north with what? The only weapon you can use to wipe the whole Nigeria is nuclear bomb.
Let me
That's
ask
it.
you a question.
It's not machine gun. Machine gun is not big enough to wipe out the whole north.
Nobody is going to use machine gun. There's no longer machine gun.
Sorry, Madam Zita. I'm saying that these people have an agenda and they are well
May
controlled.
not take it easy.
We are taking it easy, and they are well controlled from an head office, from particular place, and that is the truth. For more than 15, 17 years, many people have been fired, whether by Ahmadiyyaris or whatever. They took them in the street.
I'm saying the same thing you said before. Okay, what's the new point you're making now?
No, that's what I said because you are not listening.
You said they've killed. We know they are killing them. What's the new point? It's like you just keep repeating yourself.
What I'm trying to tell you is this: that this fight or whatever they are doing is well oiled and well controlled from their elite.
Okay, so what's the solution?
The solution that I can think we could do is that first we need to do what we call state resource control. We need to do more devolution of power, and when we do this thing, every state can man their border. Then we will know exactly which state is fomenting trouble in that country.
Okay, how do we go about doing this now?
And we need, of course, to go about that way is easy. It's through the constitutional amendment.
Okay.
And we need external support. We need also reorganize and rejig our military, our police, our security system, because people have been compromised. And lastly, we need to start new reorientation. Forget our generation. We have to start from age 1 to reorientate.
So what's the process of the constitutional amendment? What's the
Mike?
The process, we
I
don't know.
repeat myself again.
No, tell me now. So we've been talking about the constitution for how long? We haven't done it. When are we going to do it?
The process of constitutional amendment is very simple. It has to start from National Assembly. And after they deliberate and do it publicly or whatever, then whatever.
Okay, so why are they not doing it then?
It's not an easy process like that.
Exactly.
It's not going to be one day now. Even in America, is it one day they will change the constitution amendment?
But they've been talking about it for how long?
They have done a lot of things. Look at the electoral law, which are most of the law. They have already amended a lot of them, and they keep on amending. They are also doing their part. It's not that they are just doing nothing. You can't say that. Recently, there are so many bills they passed this time around. We just by January.
So after we change the constitution, banditry will stop.
No, what I'm trying to tell you, I'm talking about resource control. If each state control their resources, then
banditry will end.
This power grab, I must be at the center, or my tribe have to be at the center. It will reduce a lot. People will concentrate on their state and develop their state.
And terrorism will end. Terrorism will end.
I'm not saying it will not just end like that. Now, it started like that. At least we can now see clearly that Sokoto State, you are the most terrorized state in, or you are where there's a lot of terrorists born, and then we know. Then they have to control their own shit by themselves, not bring it down to the south. And then when you have, you also need external help because no country is in isolation.
So this terrorism that's going on is because the state where this terrorism come from, they're not controlling their resources. That's why.
They are not, because they rely on the money whatever that happen in their state, whether they are productive or non-productive, they still get allocation every month. They are not productive.
So because we are giving allocation to a state, so
It's
the
a free
terrorists from
money.
that state
You
is
are
the reason
giving
why they
them
are
money.
carrying out terrorism all over the place.
Yes, you are giving them money to continue their terrorism because the elite know about it. They use part of the money to go and buy guns and the rest and give it to all those rat bots or whatever you call them. Where did they get the money?
Okay, so the money we are giving, okay, maybe you have a point there. So you say the money we are allocating to these governors is what they are giving their terrorists.
Part of it is
terrorism.
going there because they are the one that they are sponsoring them. So where they get the money? Would they give their own money to do that? Of course, they also get
Maybe you have a
support.
point. If they are the one sponsoring it with Nigerian money,
That's
maybe we
what
should
we are
not give money
telling
to
them.
them. Yeah.
We're telling you, but you do not. I say it's a well planned something, and they plan it very well. They use different forms for their criminality to hold themselves in power or control whoever is in power. Whatever they do, they just think about that power. And the center, the base, is about that having that power, whether you like it or not. That is number one. And what are we going to use to continue to have that power? That's what they are doing. And you need to cut them off. And when you get their leader or get their head office, everybody will chicken out because you have already known their eating places. That's what I'm trying to say. So, unfortunately, we find ourselves in this Guamaya. It's quite, I don't know, it's quite terrible.
Remy,
Really.
they will not chicken out.
Yeah, they should continue to
If
bomb
you
the hell
do
out.
it as speaking them, they will not chicken out. Somebody came to this platform and made a comment. His name is Hassan. He said that when US finish their shenanigan and go, that Nigerians will bear the consequences. That guy opened his mouth on this platform and said that thing. And you're saying they will chicken out? I said, turn it to a desert to not abuse me.
No one is
So
against turning anywhere to desert if you have the means. Well, the thing is, you just don't have the means to do it.
So that is why I said that control, everybody have their own resources. Their eyes will open because they are still getting that easy money to continue to foment that trouble, one way or the other. So you have to cut the financial asset, the way they get the money, cut it off, and start cutting off their leaders one after the other, and keep quiet. Because if you make it public, they will be shouting the Yorubas are killing Fulani people, blah, 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 like this. That is the way to fight this insecurity. High people that are supposed to be quiet and kept quiet. Nobody knows. It's just like that. Because we cannot be living like this for how many years now? It's totally uncalled for at all. Why some section of the country are making the country and the country?
Understand this anger that a terrorist is being chased. Honestly, sincerely speaking, that's why I say wipe all of them away. I don't understand this idea of terrorism. Somebody is chasing people who are buying people, and you are getting angry. So, are you
To me,
saying
I
people
do not
should
support
continue
the
being
idea.
buyed?
I do not support the idea of wiping everybody away
I know
because
I support it. I said it, Sha.
I
That's
know
my
that
own
thousands or
ideology. In
millions of
totality,
them
oh,
are just innocent people that they don't
no,
know nothing.
none of them is innocent. Their brother made a comment called "Let Muhammadu Buhari, let General Muhammadu Buhari retire." They say anybody who is living with Boko Haram is a Boko Haram. Period.
So all the Southerners, they are living in the north. We are in a million, so we are all Boko
And
Haram.
they should find their way back to the south now. What happened if they don't want them anywhere?
Well, we have to start with that.
One thing to be frank, one
Let
thing
me
I
tell you
do.
something. Those people, it's only very few harmful. The people who are actually sincerely, annoyingly against that thing are not in that area because they will buy you.
Yeah, so they cannot also speak freely like this. They
You
won't
cannot
come.
speak. You see anybody who is telling you, I don't like what they're doing, it's a lie. That person is a sympathizer and a collaborator. The people who are genuinely scared don't like it, they are disgusted about it. Some of them, they have buyed them, some of them have fled.
Even some of
That's
them
just
have
the
even
simple
fled
truth.
to the, some of them have even, thousands of them have fled to the southern part of the country because of this insecurity.
To be honest, all the millions of Yorubas and Igbos and South people living in the north, I don't see them fleeing the north. Why are they
No,
still there?
you can't. No, maybe now they might not. I hope that. But the beauty aspect of it is now is that Nigerians now know that they have an head office, they have a control room, and those leaders, because now the superpower eyes is on them, maybe they will be afraid, because I know that some of them are not as core ideologies Muslim like that. That those ones you talk about Mike before with 5 or 6 or 10 wives. They'll be afraid of their money and their children and the rest. Maybe they might put a halt now, and maybe later they can contact. I don't know.
To be honest, I also think we over exaggerate what's even going on. To be honest, because when I talk to a lot of my
The
friends,
question is,
hold on now.
why
When I
is it?
talk to hold on, when I talk to some Southerners, so you people I know that live in the north, they tell me they say a lot of these things happening in the rural areas. Like
All right.
yeah, they say it's not really something that bothers them much. Like people, you know,
No, no.
so
Actually, if you look at it very well, the states that are really in trouble, we can talk when we talk about Northwest, we can talk about Sokoto, Zamfara, and Kebbi. Those 3 states. And when you go to the Northeast, you can talk about Borno or sometimes maybe Yobe. I don't think nothing is happening so much in Bauchi or
you
maybe.
know, let me tell you how the north is. Let me tell you one thing about the north. If you ever go, you know, in the south, right? Before you drive, when you drive from one town in the south, before you drive 10 minutes, you're in the next town. You hardly, you understand? Before you drive another miles, you don't reach another tribe or another village. You know, we are so close by. But in the north, you can drive miles, and
Uh,
it's just empty land. You understand?
yeah,
So
you
you
are right.
get to one village, you know, different terrain. You see mountains and different. You have to drag this another many miles. You just empty land, you know. So
Mike,
that's one of the reasons why it is.
Mike, you are right. But the problem is that during Buhari era, you can see that for you to travel from Abuja to Kaduna alone, there's a lot of banditry, terrorism, a lot of trouble happening
Yeah,
there.
and there's so many mountains, and so these people
Hey, but all those mountains you are talking about, all those small town or village you are talking about, are they not Nigerians? Are they not buying them like chicken?
they are now. Who's decided? So
So and they have buying them in millions already. So a lot of them has been
no,
displaced.
no.
So many displaced to neighboring country. So many IDP in Nigeria. Those ones that have been living in
Yeah, I
various.
don't think you get my wider point. The wider point I'm making is in the south because the proximity and every town's kind of like more
I
density and things
understand
like
you. I
that.
understand.
They are able to have like police stations or uh army barracks and things like more closer proximity where they can just coordinate. Maybe there's some issue attack or something where they can easily coordinate and maybe tackle it. But a place like the north like that, where it's so spread out. So that means you have to have the army spread out, you know. And when you are spread like that, it's more difficult to coordinate and just tackle one attack that's happening in one location. And it's all villages too, like very poor villages, right? So I think that's the reason. But if you look at the major urban places in the north, you really the problem is not really going on there. That's why I
So
told you
the
that
issue
a
now,
lot of
the
calm down.
issue
That's why I
now,
told you that a lot of the southerners
Mike,
are living. They are living in the north.
the issue
Listen,
now.
wait, let's sort of. A lot of the southerners are living in the north. They live in more in the urban environment. That's why they are saying that hey, this thing we don't really feel it like that. Yeah.
Okay, fine. They live in more urban. Look at Borno State before. How many local government was in the hand of Boko Haram before? A lot.
Apart from
So many.
Bornu is more of an epic center of
And
Bornu's
even
situation is different from the rest of
part
the
of
north now.
Yobe, 1 or 2 local government was also in their hand. And when you talk about Kebbi never known any rest or Zamfara for more than 15 years now because of the terrorism, gold, or whatever they are fighting themselves over there. All those small town or village you are talking about, Today, they buy 50 people there. Tomorrow, they buy another 20. And what do you expect? The whole village will be wiped out under 1 year now. So many of their small towns have been wiped out, and they are all Nigerians. So when you talk about the southern part of the southern part is densely populated. And people, because of exposure and because of modernity, they can also protect themselves, give information quickly. But there, you made a very good example. The space are quite, the distance are quite far away from one another. So, and you cannot compare that place with here. There is about religious ideology. Down in the south, it's more about liberalism. Although we still have some people also using religion to talk rubbish most time, which people are also very gullible for. So, but unfortunately for us, at least we are not so like chicken head to just follow whatever they are telling us like that. It's quite unfortunate, and we cannot be living like that for how many years? They're just destroying the image of the country unnecessarily.
Do you know that? Do you know that if they put together the murder cases, right, in the south, meaning like somebody that has through stabbing or just murder cases in the south, right? If they put their number together, I'm not talking about banditry or terrorism. I'm just talking about murder cases, like people that got murdered. If you put their number together, you know that it's higher than the people in the north that got killed by bandits.
I don't, I don't know what you are trying to say. I don't
I don't
totally get
understand what you are trying. What kind
You
of
don't get
joke
my
is
point.
that?
I'm
What
telling
kind
you,
of a joke is that?
it's not a
Come on
joke. I'm
now.
serious. Like the in the south, criminality is more rampant than in the north. In fact, murder in the south is way higher than murder
No,
in the north.
I don't agree with you. I don't agree
Really?
with you.
Just
Yes.
go and look at the data. Go and dig the data out. Go. In
I,
fact,
in fact, if you
my
are talking
uncle is
about
in the police force now. You,
if you are talking
the
about
murder cases in those southern states,
look,
Benin,
Mike,
Lagos,
look, Mike. If you are talking about data and information,
bro,
maybe you can have nearly to correct information in the south, but in the north you won't get nothing from that
my friend,
north.
no, it's there. Police record. We get the number of.
Are you kidding yourself? If somebody die in northwest or northeast, do they go and get a doctor's report quickly and file in the necessary death report?
Bro, they
They
give
don't.
the same data is all over the country, man. Are they not giving us data of banditry, killing, all these things happening in North? They give data everywhere. I beg.
No, but
In
I
fact,
don't.
they're even making my point. The
But I
data,
don't.
the documented data, right, by the police, law enforcement. I'm telling you,
If you have
they
the
have
source,
they have police in the North Army. All those things. When murder happen, they investigate.
if
You
you
can't
have
say
that in your
no.
source,
Oh no, you
you
can't say
can.
no when they murder somebody. There's no law enforcement, police to investigate. Know that murder happened. Are you kidding me?
But I
Maybe
don't.
it's the same.
Criminality.
What I'm trying to the point I'm trying to make is this: in the south, people that get killed of criminality, right? There are many. There are more than in the north. But however, we're not going to talk. If so, hold on, listen now. Like last week, now they told me about the guy that was murdered in by a friend, right? Those kind of things they're not going to blow on the news because it's not terrorism. It's just crime. You understand? So those things happen every day in the south. Murder, all those things they happen. But of course, it's not noisy because it's not terrorism. It's just criminality. Simple. But of course, if a bandit or terrorist kill people now, of course, because that's terrorism, so it scares everybody. Because of course, that's more serious because that is is a crime against the public. It's not really a targeted crime. So what I'm trying to tell you is when you say, "Oh, Nigerians are dying," bros, murder is murder. There's more murder in the south than in the north. In fact, I feel more safer living in a urban northern city than an urban southern city.
No, I don't agree with you.
I'm
I
telling you,
don't agree with you on that at all. Look,
because when I've
I
lived in
think
the north and
you
I've
are
lived in the
only
south. In the north, I
look.
worry less about
Let me
criminality.
tell you something. Let me tell you something. The safest state in Nigeria of today is Lagos State. in terms of safety or policing. So if and when you
it's
look,
not the
no,
safest, it's a
listen,
lie. It's not the safest.
okay. When you look at most southwest states, they are also safe. Whether you are talking of
Safe from
Ibadan
what? Safe
or
in terms of
Shogbo,
safe from what?
from criminality or
No, that's not
murder
true.
that they
That's not
say they
true.
are
That's not
buying
true.
people.
Ah, boy, you don't know what you're talking about, man. Dude,
Okay. Luckily for us, there are so many
it's not
Yoruba
true,
in
man.
this
When it comes
platform.
to criminality, southern states, in fact, even southwest, we have a lot of thugs like
Can you
Bero
tell
now.
me? Can you
We have
name
a
the
bros. There's
criminality?
no
Name
you
the
go to Ibadan,
criminality.
guy, go to
Give
Ibadan, Bero, arm robbers. They there, go there. Stop lying,
No. You
Remy.
are
Stop
wrong, bro.
lying. There's no
You
certain
are
state we
wrong,
don't
bro.
have thugs. In fact,
Mike, calm down, calm down.
there's no certain state we don't have thugs. And
Mike, calm down. Mike, calm down.
Remy, stop lying. How
When
can
you
you say there's
talk,
no criminality in the
no,
southwest?
let us say something now. When you talk of armed robbery has been a thing of the past now. Most
What?
times you hear from,
Are you
listen,
kidding me?
calm down first. Let
It's
us
from
talk.
Finland that you know what's going on. Abi.
Let us talk. Let me finish first. When you talk about kidnapping, I can say yes. But when you
No,
talk
no,
about
no, kidnapping, no. Kidnapping is even
robbery
less.
is more,
Robbery is every day. Like,
oh,
whether it's abject
Mike,
poverty, no one is robbing.
Mike,
Remy, stop
forget
playing
it.
this game, man. They rob every day in Nigeria.
Luckily for me, there is Ola on the platform.
Do you know the thugs,
All
the
of them on
Agbero
the
boys,
platform.
they are criminal, they do crime for a living.
No, that is not robbery. If you are talking about petty
They will
theft,
rob you, man. Give you I know they go rob you for corner. If you work out, go on
do,
alley,
do you
Louis
know
doors, they will rob you.
which state? Which state is that? Which state are they
Every
robbing
state,
your
there are
property?
thugs in every
That's a
state.
lie. That's a lie.
There's a state in
You
Nigeria
are
where there's no
lying.
thug.
No. What you are saying is that
There's a
I'm
state
trying
in
to tell
Nigeria
you
where
that
there's no
no.
thug.
Listen carefully. When you talk about robbery, maybe before the advent of all this digital world, put your money on something like that, it's quite rampant. But nowadays, the case of armed robbery has dwindled, but the case of kidnapping has increased a
That's
lot.
not true. Kidnapping is
I'm
less
talking.
than robbery. There's more robbery than kidnapping.
Nobody robbed like before.
What are you
What are they
talking
going to
about,
rob
man?
about?
Robbery is not going to end. Even in America, they are robbing. Guy, in America, they rob
I think okay. I don't need to say
young
anything.
broke
I
boys.
hope
They're out there to rob
all of
somebody
the rest
when
they
the opportunity presents
just
itself. What are you talking about? Poor young men. They are ready to rob somebody every day. You just gotta watch your back. Watch your
you
back.
cannot compare America with Nigeria where you have free
Everywhere,
access to
even Nigeria is
gun.
worse. Any country,
No,
anywhere where they are poor,
Nigeria is not worse compared to
Remy,
America.
Remy,
America is
Remy, anywhere in the world where they are
gone.
poor young men, where they are poor young men, hungry young men, they are ready to commit crime.
So you are saying that America, a developed country, they have more young poor guys, right?
They
Is that
have
what you're saying?
less, but I'm telling you that it happens there too. I'm saying America today is robbery. There's anywhere there's young, poor
So
young men, there's
I can
robbery.
categorically say that there is more robbery in America than Nigeria because they have more
That
access to
no,
gun.
that's not true. That's not true.
Okay, I will give you an instances.
That's
You
not
know,
true.
let no calm down. Let me give you a very good example. You know that majority of the people in the South or in Nigerians are small or medium-sized entrepreneurs doing the art of buying and no, calm down, let me finish. Doing the art of buying and selling, having a small shop or container shop all over the place in most southwest states I've seen. So most of this shop, we do not hear a case of people going to do small shop with a gun, give me your money, or with a
It's not
knife
necessarily
setting
with
them to
gun now.
rob them. Listen, calm down. Robbing them every day like this. We do not hear such
Don't hear
cases like that.
because you're in Finland now. Just go and live
Oh,
in Nigeria.
come on. I don't have people in Nigeria. Are you in Nigeria?
Are you asking them?
I hear they're not being robbed, nothing like
There's
that.
no
If it's
there's no
very
time visiting Nigeria where someone is not telling me the crime that just happened in somewhere. Crime happen every day in Nigeria. What are you talking about?
Lucky, you can pick your phone and call any of your people in Nigeria and ask them which one are they more afraid of now? Is it kidnapping or abduction or robbery? They will tell you
Of
the
course,
truth.
everybody will be more afraid of kidnapping and abduction because
That
that's
is what is
listen.
rampant now.
No, no.
Not
It's not because
robbery
it's
like
rampant. It's
you.
because it's more.
Okay.
No, no, hold on. The
I
reason
don't
anybody will
want
be
to.
afraid of that because it's more heinous and more. I mean, why would I want to not be afraid of being kidnapped? And if someone rob me, at least take my stuff, and I know that's. Listen, I will be more afraid of being kidnapped than being robbed. Robbery is just give me your stuff and you take and you live with your property. But kidnapping you is more. They take you, your body. That's more dangerous. So I'll be more afraid of that. But you can't tell me that kidnapping is more rampant than robbery. Are you kidding me?
I'm telling you the truth.
Let me not waste my time with you, man. Robbery is a
also
daily
wasting my
occurrence.
time
It's a
arguing
daily
with you on
event. It
this.
happens
I'm also
every
wasting
day.
my time because you are not being factual.
It's
Okay,
true.
you are not
Olafri, can
factual.
somebody please tell this guy? Robbery happen every day.
Okay, calm down.
If you're
Ola,
talking
are you
about robbery
there?
with gun, maybe
No,
not with
let's
gun.
ask
Robbery
other
is
people.
robbery. Robbery with fist.
Let's
Do
ask
you know?
other
Do you know
people.
if somebody corner you, two boys, they jump you?
Let other people also speak about it now.
Okay,
Ola
yeah.
is there, Madam Mia is there, Prince Dad is there, and also Riola. And yeah, if they are hearing you, this should also contribute so that it cannot be between me and you alone. So that they can also. Ola, please say something. Or have they gone to bed? How about Prince Daddy? Are you there? Oriade? Oriola? Oh, it seems they have gone to bed though. It seems me to have also go away because I need to work. But whatever. I just said that
Remy, when maybe you are thinking when I say robbery, like you're thinking of with a gun. When I say robbery could be two thugs corner somebody and beat you,
okay.
take your stuff. That's robbery
So
too.
the way I understand is this: when you say robbery has to do with using a weapon like a gun.
You know, it doesn't have to be
Or
gun. Robbery could be thugs. Oh no, wait, let me explain something to you.
no.
Listen. Just listen now. Let me explain it so you get what you understand it instead of arguing it blindly. Robbery could be thugs surround you, beat you, take your stuff, or thugs just grab your stuff and run away.
You are
That's
just explaining it in American
because you're not
context.
listening now. Anything
No.
from that
Because
to
you
because
are
you don't listen
explaining it
now.
in a
When
very
someone trying to
indirect
tell you something,
way.
you cut him off. Now
That
you
is
will let
not.
me explain robbery all the way now.
Oh my.
You're already
Okay.
arguing.
Okay. Continue.
I'm trying to define robbery to you. You won't let me define it finish. That's why you keep arguing all day.
But because
I'm
I know you are
defining
not
robbery.
defining it the
Listen.
right way, that is
But
not
you won't
robbery.
let me finish defining it. That's why you
Okay.
don't
Are
get
you
it.
talking? Okay. Continue. I will ask you a very simple question later. So continue.
Robbery is not necessarily just with the gun alone or coming to your house or
Mhm,
to rob you. Robbery could
mhm,
be from anything from somebody just forcefully taking your property, whether on the street
mhm,
or in the
mhm,
alley, in the corner, to
mhm,
coming to your house with gun. All that is robbery.
mhm,
That's what I'm
mhm.
saying. And that occurs more than anything else.
Oh, okay. So to me, I think you are talking about petty theft,
No,
whereby you are
robbery,
driving and somebody.
robbery.
So to me, when you talk about robbery in Nigerian context, most people will think of armed
No,
robbery.
there's
And when
one definition of robbery.
no, listen. When you go to where every crime have they have to call it a name. For example, when you drive along the road and somebody take your phone, or maybe along the street, two boys corner you, it does not necessarily have
That's
to deem
robbery.
it as a robbery. Okay. No, what I'm trying to tell you is that in Nigerian context, when you talk about armed robbery,
But I
it
didn't
has
say
to do
I'm
with
robbery.
it.
The robbery.
Right? But that robbery too can also be categorized to different
Yeah, armed
angles.
robbery is part of
Some can be
robbery.
just the petty theft. Can be called petty theft. Like for example,
Hmm.
I like burglary. You
Theft
call
is different
burglary
from
as also
robbery.
robbery.
Theft is different from
So
robbery.
many ways, so many things you can talk about. For example, when we are growing up, there's a lot of
Dude,
burglary.
define
When
robbery. You know, you don't know what
no,
robbery means, and you don't know what theft is.
I know, I understand what you're trying to say.
You
I'm
don't
trying
know.
to tell you that. Okay, you
Theft,
know. Go
theft.
ahead.
Let me tell you, theft is somebody taking your stuff without you not taking it from you personally. Robbery is forcibly taking something from somebody. That's robbery. Like if you leave your phone down and
So
I take it, hold
I'm
on.
trying to tell you the
You
one
don't,
you are
no,
talking
guy.
about is not
It is
because
robbery. They
when you are
take it from you.
no
Someone forcibly take something from you. That's
relax. When you are making your submission the other time, you are talking about the number of murder cases, people that buy in terms of criminality is more in the south than the northern part of the country. That's what you said.
yeah.
But I
Even
am trying to tell you, I'm trying to tell you, in terms of robbery you are mentioning about, it's not so rampant like before. And you kept on
I don't
saying
know
it's very
where before
rampant.
when I don't. That's not my argument right
When I
now.
say when I say before, compared to like maybe 5 or 10 years ago. But
Well,
because now
you don't have to show me the data for me to believe.
listen, because now most people they don't carry cash like before. Even at home, they didn't bring cash at home like before.
But they carry iPhone,
So
carry phones.
Even they carry phone, it does not mean necessarily that they carry your phone and they, in fact, the way they are even carry money from your phone nowadays is through maybe 419 or this internet fraud or whatever they do, or Yahoo Yahoo or something like that. But in terms of that armed robbery on the street that you said is very rampant in the streets of Yoruba land, no, I don't think it's very rampant. That's what I'm just trying to say. You can believe it or not. I don't care. So that's
But it's
what I'm.
happening. I hear it all the time. People tell me what's going on all the time.
So it's not happening in the northern part of the country, right? That's what you are saying.
Not as much as it's us.
Do you know that in Abuja alone, there were reported cases of criminality in Abuja? That
Abuja, majority of people living in Abuja are from the south, man.
how can you say that?
Yes, the capital
So what
because you
about
never
the
been there.
local
That's why you're
people there?
talking.
I've been to
Majority of the
Abuja more
people in
than 4
Abuja,
times. Look at you. I've been to Abuja more than 4 times now. So you say I've not been to Abuja. What are you telling me? I've
majority
never
of the
tried.
majority of the people in Abuja, in fact, that commit crimes, the most in Abuja are from the south.
I don't know about that because I don't have the data. I don't.
It's the
Yeah,
truth, man. I'm telling you,
if you have the data,
bro.
you
The
can quote the
northerners do
source.
not
No,
have.
no, no.
Listen,
Listen, if you have the data, you can share it with Ola. Ola can put it here. It's so simple. You don't need to argue about.
Remy.
If you
When it
have the
comes to
facts.
Remy, you can't argue with me that
Mm.
when it comes to criminal culture,
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying my who is
when it
going to
comes to
argue with
criminal
you. I'm
culture,
not arguing for.
when it comes to criminal culture, Southern Nigerians have it more than enough. That's just
Okay,
a fact.
I
Ah,
don't know about that. So,
any criminality, we have it more than we do. We bros.
so we have more. We have more
From
bandits.
scamming.
Listen. We have more bandits more than the northern part, right?
That's what they can say. They have more than us. Bandits.
In
That's
terms
it.
of in terms of
They
terrorists, we
have
have more
more
than them.
terrorism than us. But when it comes
But
to general crime,
you mentioned
they have more.
criminality now.
That's what. Listen, they have terrorism. That's all we can say. Like this Islamic
Mm,
terror thing, they have it. We don't have it because that's not our thing. But when it comes
mm.
to just general criminality, like for money,
Fine, you are right.
there's no. Don't even argue that one.
When you talk about internet fraud, when you talk about money
Doing
rituals,
anything for
then
money. Even this
uh,
kidnapping you're talking about, it started in the south. I mean, what parody?
uh,
He was the job people. He was the job. He job people that started it, and then
but
the
the
southeastern.
Fulani also took over it now.
Even in the southeast, kidnapping is rampant. Even Sasrudo came and said it. He said it. Unless you missed it, he said, man, his people, man, so man, kidnapping has become a lucrative business there. So it's
So,
going
Mike,
on.
I'm sorry. I'm going out now because I have
Yeah,
to
the
go to
only thing
work.
is not ours. It's just the whole Islamic insurgency thing. That's all they have, ahead of us. But, bros,
Okay.
when it comes to
Unfortunately, I don't have time. So, and other people are not talking. I'm going out. See you later. Okay.
okay,
Mm-mm.
Yeah, what happened to Mike? Mike and Remy DC? Okay, I think we can call it a day. Just want to use this opportunity to thank anybody, everyone that has been with us since the beginning of the program. So, although I will move into the background, anybody that want to join, I'm still here. I'll see in the background for the next 10 minutes to add them. And whatever discussion anybody wish to continue in the background can continue. Thank you, everyone. See you later.